mesmerized in every way. You keep me in a state of daze. Your kisses make my skin feel weak. I'm always melting in your heat. That I soar like a bird in the wind.
Sé que tienen las flores, llorona las flores del campo santo, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando.
What's up, Bandidos? And we're live. It's Friday, February 3rd, just after 10 p.m., streaming from the Pacific Northwest. And today we're going to do a build lab, a really fun one, a really good one, a really helpful one for the entire community, whether you're new to the game or you're a veteran here. This build lab will help you. We are going to show you how to evolve from a tank DPS to a destroyer build. You ready for this? Let's go.
Yo. Watch this.
Happy Friday, Bandidos. Hope you're looking forward to a great weekend. I know I am. I love Friday streams and Saturday night streams, so we will be doing another stream tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow, though. I might be headed to New York if I have time to reset my fourth character. We might jog over there. So if anybody else is on the Xbox and looking to create an additional character or reset a character for New York for resources, then you know, let's kick it. Let's kick it. But today, so you guys know I put out a new build video this morning, and it's a survivor build. And we kind of talk about in this morning's build video. There's a link posted in the chat. It's pinned to the top. So I'm gonna put one here on Twitch as well. Doing that, so now Twitch has it too. So basically what I talk about in this morning's build is how to add survivability to your build other than just adding armor. And so the other day, I think 2 days ago, I put out a video that was the tank DPS build, right? And so the tank DPS build, you know, involved armor regen, and some other components. And in this morning's build, it was about minimizing how much armor, because you see, armor is a contradiction. As we've discussed in the past, like the biggest pie to the biggest slice of pie, and that's survivability pie. You know where I'm going? You know what I'm saying, right? Survivability pie. There's a pie in the sky filled with survivability, and you all want a slice of it. No, but the biggest slice of the survivability pie is time to kill. And so there's a contradiction in a tank DPS build, right? Because the more armor you add, the lower your time to kill, the slower your time to kill. And that's the opposite direction you want to go. And so that's why when you're wondering like how I create builds, a lot of time, I mean, it does depend on the build, but for the most part, I start with my damage and then I go back through and add in more survivability, because you're pulling damage off, right? And so you kind of, what you're looking for is that balance of like, how much damage can I pull off without even noticing? And to replace that damage with survivability. That's your, what we call quote unquote overkill, over damage, unused damage potential. And so you're keeping an eye out for that. You know, and I know there's a thing in the community where people say, well, there's no such thing as too much damage in the Division 2, but there is. And the reason why is because what we're really after is a fast time to kill, right? And then the differences between, you know, time to kill A and time to kill B can be so minor that you cannot humanly detect the difference between your time to kill between the two builds. So that is the overkill. That is the extra damage, because it's undetectable and might as well not even be there in that difference. I know that's a little abstract thinking, but let's get into it. All right. So let's take a look at this build that I put together to get us started. So this is going to be an evolution stream. And so what I mean by that is we're going to start with this build, which is actually a pretty good build that I put together for us today. And it's actually a lot of fun. I already ran it a couple of times this morning just to kind of get a good feel of it. And it does really well. So this is just a hands down true to blue tank DPS build. Okay, so the idea is high armor, and behind that armor, what we want is high armor regen. Okay, and so armor regen, just so you know, is not just a form of recovery, but armor regen is a form of resistance, and that's why we really want it. The real reason why armor regen is attractive to players is because you're healing as you're taking damage. Thus, you're healing through the damage, which allows you to kill the enemy before he kills you, and then the heals are going to recover you after that from whatever's left off of your armor bar that needs to be recovered. And so that's why we want armor regen. It's not just the recovery, it is the healing through damage as we're taking it. All right, so if we take a quick look at this build, the base armor regen is 55,000. And so I believe once this thing is charged up, we'll take another look, but it's about 116,000, 116. Okay, 116,000. So as I mentioned in this morning's video, armor regen is directly related to how much armor you have. This morning's video didn't rely on armor, but also gave us over 100,000 in heals per second without having 2 million armor. So think about that. We preserved our damage, but got the same amount of heals. With this one, we're gonna have 2 million armor, and then we're gonna have 116,000 armor regen per second. So on the plus side, we're gonna have a little more resistance, right? Because they're gonna have to chew through that armor also. On the plus side, it's gonna give us a stronger shield also, because armor cores push us to a tier 6 shield. So that's good. And so there are still bonuses to having high armor. It's not always a bad thing, but the coolest thing about having high armor is the memento. And the reason why is because the memento is going to give us 3% armor regen. So that's where the missing armor regen is. Okay, that aside, it's the bonus armor. So when we get 1 kill, we're going to get 10% bonus armor per blue core we have. We have 6. So that's 60% bonus armor, 6-0. So that's 1.2 million in bonus armor from a single trophy. 1.2 million from a single trophy. Huge. So weapon choice is also going to be a big factor on how your tank build comes out, right? So that's where the weapon is going to be a big factor. So there's all sorts of weapons out here. But you're going to want to go for power, right? So you're going to want to go M1As, Scorpios, King Breakers, and the Chameleon. The Chameleon has a lower base weapon damage, but what's interesting about the Chameleon, what's unique about it for an assault rifle, is that it comes with all the crit chance that you need, and that's really helpful on a build where we've dedicated a lot of many of our slots to armor regen, as you can see here, right? So that's what we're going to be toying with, is using the buffs from this to fill in the gaps where we're lacking on the build itself. So we're also going to get 90% weapon damage. What is 90% weapon damage? Well, that's the equivalent of having 6 red cores. So the reality is when we get those body shot buffs, we're going to have 7 red cores here. If you count the memento buff off the backpack, the 30%, it's actually 8. So this build is going to have the equivalent of 8 red cores when the Chameleon buffs are kicked in, which is pretty easy. 75 body shots is pretty easy to get. And so in addition to that, what I've decided to go with is Perfect Spotter. And then since we're going for max armor build to start out with anyways, I went ahead and put the Night Watcher mask. So that's what's activating the spotter pulse. So we can get 20% amplified damage, and this pulse is going to be what highlights the enemies, pulses the enemies. Otherwise, we got armor regen and the Picaro's holster. And the reason why I went with Picaro's holster is because you get the weapon damage with the blue core, right? So earlier I said this build is like having 8 red cores. It's actually like having 9 red cores because of that 15% weapon damage. You see where we're going here? So more armor regen. This thing is loaded here because of the Murakami knee pads. And then I got a Bellstone with crit damage and more armor regen. All right. And then we got crit damage here on the build. So this is just a starter build. So again, the point is, and this is a good build too, by the way, you're gonna have fun with it. But the point is that we're gonna evolve this build, and I'm gonna show you and I'm gonna demonstrate on how tankiness is a feeling. Tankiness is more of a feeling than it is a build. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and fast travel here while we're talking. But and so that's why it's like tankiness has nothing. Being a tank doesn't necessarily mean having high armor. I mean, tankiness can mean you have a high level of resistance against the enemies. So maybe it's a max red, high protection from elites build, right? And that makes you feel tanky against those elites. And the non-elites are so squishy because you got a max red build, they're not even an issue. Right, you're gonna be burning them down. Yeah, oh yeah, by the way, thanks Wolfpack Gaming. I meant to say here earlier is that, yeah, there is a delay. If you guys haven't caught the news, the Division 2 has a delay on Season 11, and they didn't give us a date. So that sucks. But apparently they're having some localization issues, which is what they said, which is, has to do with updating the game across the globe in different languages. So that's apparently the hold up there, which is weird. But that is the issue. So sad, we got a delay and we don't know how long the delay is going to be. Of course, that adds a little bit of an uproar in the community, but I guess we're just gonna have to roll with the punches. What are we gonna do? On the bright side, that gives me a little bit more time to delete gear and create that fourth character, recreate that fourth character. Yeah. So whatever. But so hey, real quick, I just want to let you know, like, you don't have to have this same Emperor's Guard knee pads. This is true. These knee pads that I'm running now, they're like the ultimate Murakami knee pads. So they are Dark Zone exclusive knee pads, right? You can get them from named item caches as well. But that little extra armor regen, it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. So any Murakami knee pads here would work. You know, crits on the crit side would also be great, right? So let's keep that in mind. If you didn't have the Murakami knee pads, all right, what I would probably do here is either run an improvise and, you know, and add some protection from elites, or a second piece of Bellstone, get some armor on kill. The other thing you could do is replace both of these with Golan gear and get 1% armor regen from 2 pieces Golan. So there's many other ways you could do this too. You could actually get rid of the pulse and run the hunter killer chest piece, which has perfect intimidate. And since we got so much bonus armor here, that's actually a pretty good solution as well. Some of these things that I just mentioned will also be testing out along the way. But yeah, so, you know, I'm disappointed, but I'm not really that surprised, I guess. You know, I mean, it's good that they're delaying so they don't introduce more bugs, but at the same time, it doesn't guarantee there's not going to be bugs anyways, right? So that's just something. It's just something. But yeah, I don't know. I guess you know, for my, sadly, you know, I guess you just kind of get used to it, you know, at this stage, right? We've been dealing with dev delays for a long time, and I don't know if any of that's going to change anytime soon, you know? I mean, we might deal with this kind of shit all the way through year 5, to be honest with you. Because the problem isn't really like, it's not really an attitude, it's this issue of resources, and they don't have any, right? As you can see, we can take a lot of damage. But here, this is what's I noticed, which is kind of disappointing to me right now about this, about the setup. Look at that bonus armor. Isn't that amazing? And then let's watch this regen kick in. So we don't have all the regen from the backpack yet, right? So this is just the base regen here that you're seeing. So once we get all of our trophies, we'll have more. But look, this is a tier 6 shield. A tier 6, I tell you. Tier 6. So the shield can't get any stronger, you know? I mean, there's ways to add a little bit more armor to the build, but not enough to where it's like game changing, right? And so this is basically as strong as the shield can get. And there's many times that you'll see where they almost break my shield, or they will break my shield. And if your shield breaks, that's your weak point. And it's because you can't shoot, you can't get in cover, you can't move, everything's all messed up, you know? But look at that bonus armor. And so it's the bonus armor that I really want you to look at here, right? Because what I want you to look at is like, and this is a conversation of survivability, is like, what's doing more work on the build? Is it the armor? Is it the regen? Is it the time to kill? Or is it the, is there armor on kill? Which no, we don't really have. Not traditional armor on kill. Or is it bonus armor that's doing most of the work? Right? And from my perspective, it's, for what I see, and we'll continue to evaluate as we play here, it's the bonus armor. It's the bonus armor. So we're gonna, and so that's gonna give us a clue on maybe what direction we want to move this build. Because if there's so much bonus armor, the armor regen isn't really working as hard as relative to how much we've dedicated to the build, right? So we put all this armor regen on the build, but the bonus armor is shielding us so much that we don't need all that regen. Then we could probably back off some of the regen, right? Because that bonus armor again is 1.2 million in bonus armor off a single trophy. You know, so these are things you want to evaluate. So by doing that, we can shift more damage to the build by taking off armor regen, some armor regen, maybe not all of it, but some of it. By taking off some of that, we can put a faster time to kill on the build. Make a stronger build that way. Because again, ooh, I just hit myself with that explosive. Again, the time to kill is the biggest slice of that survivability pie. So Ghost Devil's asking, here's a question from Ghost Devil. He goes, should we take out system corruption out of the DZ and put it in the general loophole? Although I think that would be nice. I don't think it's necessarily, I mean, I don't think it's super necessary. The reason why I say that is because it's like really PvP orientated. Oh, screw you, dude. Of course, I mean, I'm just kind of saying that objectively, right? But like the reality is, yeah, I'd like everything to be in a general loophole. I mean, if I had it my way, to be honest with you. But it doesn't bother me that much that it's not, because it's because of its use case. I mean, like, I have a full set of system corruption, and you don't see me creating a bunch of builds with it because it's just not that helpful for PVE content. I mean, you have the armor on kill stuff, but there's a lot of ways to get armor on kill now in the Division 2, you know? There's a lot of ways. You can get it from specializations, you can get it from weapons, you can get it from gear sets, brand sets, even mods. So yeah, I like my time to kill here. Like, I'm satisfied for it. For what I am, you know what I mean? I'm a 2 million armor tank, sometimes pushing to 3.2 million armor. And there's a boss that went down right there. And so I'm happy with that time to kill, you know? And see, I'm running around, no shield right here so that I can go fast. And I'm willing to take damage to my body because of that, because I know I have the recovery. In a team setup, it's gonna, you know, your time to kill is going to be increased, right? So you have to consider that with builds like this. And that's why we want to balance it out so that we can open it up for more content. But technically, as it sits, it's pretty good. You know what I mean? It's pretty good. It's a pretty good build. I mean, that was a lot of fun, you know. We stayed out of cover. Our shield wasn't super vulnerable in that fight. However, it can be in certain situations where they could break it. But that's just really, really, really fun. Yeah, that's right, Kushki. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a faster time to kill and more bonus armor would be the upgrade to this build. And so that's what I'm saying. So we have all this armor regen. So we have some slots down here dedicated to armor regen, right? And then we have this Murakami, which is nice because it's got armor. It's giving us that 1% armor regen, but it's also giving us this 20% skill duration that we're not really using. And then we have the extra armor regen slot. So could this whole piece, if we replace this whole piece, you know, we potentially could be in a better position. And then with this one, maybe we get rid of that armor regen there and replace it with more crit damage. And then with this one, there's not much to do because we already have a crit damage roll here. But we could put on headshot damage, weapon handling if we really wanted it. But might as well just leave this one armor regen for now. But Yeah, I'll save this build because this is a good build. This is a good build. I actually really like it. Like if you just feel like rolling tanks, you know, a little rolling tanky, you know, this build works. Really fun. I mean, and then you just kind of roll with whatever weapon you prefer. You know, if you don't like the chameleon, try with, you know, like a Kingbreaker, or since we got the pulse, or any assault rifle with the pulse. Rifles as well. Rifles are really strong. They got a smaller mag though, so that can sometimes get in your way. But yeah, and then the shield is really, I really like the shield because of that damage bonus per enemy. So, but let's upgrade this. But before I do, let's take a quick look at that armor regen. So let's see where we are with the armor regen. 116,000, almost 117,000. So that's our armor regen right now, right there. So remember, when we pick up one trophy, we're pushing 3.2 million armor. And most of the time we had 3.2 million armor. In that, I mean, in that whole fight, we were running around with at least one trophy, is what I mean. And so, and of course, each trophy lasts 10 seconds. And then, so from there, it's just like, okay, so if we know we're getting 1.2 million armor, you know, are we willing to drop an armor core or two also, right? Because the reason why is because one of the power capabilities from the memento is it also gives you a weapon damage buff when you pick up a trophy. 5%, right? And so like when you hit 10 or 15%, it starts to become a little bit meaningful. So if we can work that out, that'd be cool. Yeah, I thought about that, Reaper. So Reaper's saying he's been running something similar since November. Yeah, and it's the bonus armor, right? Yeah, you know where we're going with the bonus armor. Feels really good. But he decided to run 2 pieces of foundry, which is a nice way to bump up that armor, right? So running 2 pieces of foundry instead of like down here, for example, will give you 10% more armor. The downside of that, of course, is that you would lose slots. You would lose secondary attribute slots, you know? So anyways, so, okay. So 116 armor regen. So what we want to do is, what I believe is that we have too much armor regen here. And so what I want to do is, let's balance this out by taking out some of the armor regen and replacing it with more damage. Let's just start there. So we're going to make small incremental changes. All right. And until we get this build to like that perfect tankiness with a really impressive time to kill. Yeah, that's a good one, crew. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Hollow Man mask. I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Health damage is okay. It's just that, you know, it sort of just depends on the content. Like for me, I do, you know, for these types of builds that I'm running right now, like it's really a lot of heroic content, and that mask wouldn't be effective against like 50%, literally like 50-60% of the enemies that we encounter in an open world, you know, because once you burn through their armor, you know, once you break their armor, everybody dies quickly. Purple, gold, doesn't matter. They die really fast. Once you get to their health bar, they're dead. So I really don't need any support on the health side. You know what I mean? Like the red guys, they die so fast, it doesn't even matter. I don't care. I don't need extra damage against the non-elites that are running health bars. And then once you, again, like I said, once you break through the armor of the elites, they just die really quick anyways. But yeah, I like your suggestions. Otherwise, yeah, definitely can run flatline with the setup on any weapon. Like the Kingbreaker is gonna give you that 20% amp damage also, and it's got a high base damage. You know, but I just really like with this weapon, I really like that it's giving me the crit chance. See, that the problem with running these other builds, I mean, these other weapons, like the Kingbreaker, for instance, and we could run this, is that, like, let's just put it on for a second. Like, our crit chance is at 25%. So we're gonna have to start, you know, making more space, not just for crit damage, but also for crit chance. You know, and so the problem with crit chance is that it takes up so many slots on your build. It sucks, you know? And so that's why I do like the Chameleon for these types of setups where we're trying to make something tankier or the armor regen or whatever, because it's going to give us that 20% crit chance plus a 50% crit damage plus a 90% weapon damage. And then we got that nice little 900 RPM on top of that. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. You know, go with what you love with an assault rifle or even a shotgun. Like the Scorpion shotgun is really powerful for these tanky builds too, by the way. So that's another way to go. And rifles are also really good. They got a high base weapon damage at the cost of a low small mag. But all right. Yeah, we could try Foundry too, like what Reaper's doing. Let me see if I have those pieces here. Delete that real quick. What up, Aaliyah? Matt's in the house. What up, Matt? Let me grab a couple pieces off of this character. Well, I mean, that's a great question, B Biker. So, like the Dark Winter or SMGs in general, are an answer to that issue that I was just talking about, right? So first of all, we're playing basically at SMG range. That's sort of the point anyways, right? We're not playing deep and from cover, not with this build. You know, sort of getting into heat, getting into kill zone. So SMGs are great there. They also have, the SMGs usually have the reload speed that you need to play close and personal. RPMs as well.
Safe area detected.
Have nice little burst damage, but what's also great is they come with all the crit chance you need usually, right? And that's helpful, really, really helpful. So yeah, weapons like, let's see here and grab these pieces real quick. Like the Dark Winter are really helpful because they're going to give you the crit chance and even more crit damage. Now, when you're comparing the Chameleon with the Dark Winter, I actually like the Chameleon better as an SMG, and it's not an SMG, but it works like an SMG. Again, it gives you all the crit chance you need with additional 50% crit damage buff, just like the Dark Winter does, right? The Dark Winter gives you 50% crit damage for 10 seconds on kill, where the Chameleon doesn't require a kill. But more important, the Chameleon also gives you 90% weapon damage and more reload speed. And the buffs are 45 seconds and they carry over to the next fight, right? So when the fight pauses, you don't lose your stacks, they get carried over. And so personally, I stopped using the Dark Winter because of the Chameleon. Like I'll just use the Chameleon, over the Dark Winter in most cases. Nothing wrong with the Dark Winter. It's a crowd favorite. It's a crowd pleaser. It's a great gun. It's a great gun. I think that's everything we need there. Yeah, so there's a good question too. How about the chill out and technician? Great, that's a great question because you can go many, many different ways with this build. And by going with the technician, if we ran technician, what would happen is I would have to lose the Chameleon, and that's okay. We just go with a different gun, right? Again, if we go with a different gun, I'm gonna have to, an assault rifle especially, I'm gonna have to start adding crit chance to the build, and that's gonna eat up more slots. So we're actually losing damage because I'm losing crit damage. I'm losing 90% weapon damage so that I can put on more crit chance onto the build. But we get flatline, so that's nice. And so we could try that too. We can run a flatline setup as well. What up, Loso Way? What's going on, brother? And I do like flatline, and it is a good option, especially, you know, like if you ran on the AK or the TK. I should have grabbed the Dark Winter while I was out there so we could test that. But what I'll do is go ahead and I'll swap this one out for the TK. See there? And then, so one of the reasons why I like this setup instead of Technician is because we're also getting a damage bonus per enemy standing in front of us of 13%. So the shield, the striker shield, gives us more damage. And so if we ran Technician, you know, again, we're getting flatline, but what is more damage? 20% amplified damage or 90% weapon damage? 90% weapon damage plus 50% crit hit damage plus it's giving us the crit chance. You know, so this is going to actually probably weaken the build because I'm going to have to start going around and adding more crit chance to all these pieces, which we can afford a little bit. But on the other side is, you know, you don't have to stack Kingbreaker, right? So it's even though it's lower damage, it's more consistent damage. So plays out a little bit different. Yeah, and that's the other side. I mean, you do get you can, in exchange for damage, you can get the Artificer to buff the shield and make it a stronger shield. So, you know, essentially you're losing offense, gaining more defense that way. Okay, let's see this way here. Let's try some of these pieces. So we're gonna need probably crit chance if we do foundry. And then let's lose that. Let's put the chameleon second. Let's run technician. Let's see. Probably switch this to heals for this one. Make sure we got assault rifles. We do. Okay, good. So let's activate that. And so we're just gonna put on a regular shield. So we're gonna get we also get weaker mods, right? So the mods, the active regen mods and all that stuff. So we're gonna get a little bit less here. So we want health because we're gonna run the Artificer Hive. We lose damage bonus for the enemies. That's fine. We're gonna go more defense with this setup. All right. And then none of these really matter here, but let's do range, and duration. Okay. Then we'll put on the laser pointer. And then the reality of this thing is kind of a beast, so I'm gonna have to put on the stability mod here. I got a crit chance mod up there though. And then let's change the skin to the red one, because why not? Okay, and then, so we don't need this mask anymore. So we're gonna replace this one with the foundry, and I'll change that core in a second. And then we're gonna get rid of the Murakamis. Swap that. Let's look at our armor. So we lose massive armor regen and we lose massive armor, but I gotta fix a couple of these cores. Let's add that up. Yeah, you could run the Catharsis mask, but I really like the bonus armor. The bonus armor does a lot. Because the bonus armor is like if your shield breaks, or it allows you to drop your shield and move faster and absorb the damage. And it also protects your backside. So, you know, when it comes to like, and plus this is also giving you 30% weapon damage, you know, and on an all armor build, an additional 5% on top of that. And then you get into skill efficiency, whatever. But, you know, the memento is more valuable. But you can run the Catharsis. The Catharsis with the shield is a really good combo. If I was gonna go like true tank, I'd probably do that. You know what I mean? Like a tank that doesn't kill very well. So, okay, let's take a quick look here. So our armor regen is this, with this way, we gain a little bit more armor, but remember, armor is not that valuable in this game. And we lost, so with this setup that we just did, we lost about 20,000 armor regen. 20,000 armor regen. only to gain 5% more armor. Okay, that's the net gain. So we gain 5% more armor. We lose over 20,000 in armor regen, and we also lose 2 attribute slots. So I'm not sure I would recommend going foundry. Because armor is not what we're really after, right? We're not really, because the enemy's just gonna take that away from us real quick. Okay, so let's put this on here. So look at our crit chance, 37%, right? So we're gonna have to get our crit chance up, which is gonna pull from our crit damage. So 49, 69. So now we can add another crit chance to that as well. That was the glove. All right, there we go. So 55% crit chance, 69% crit damage, so it's barely there. 2.1 million armor, and before we had 2.05, something like that. So we didn't really gain that much armor here. And then 26,000 armor regen, which is 30,000 less armor regen per second. All right, let's go give it a whirl and see how it feels. Yeah, that's right, crew. If I was in the DZ, I wouldn't be running a memento. I'm not a big fan. I know some people go around and clear landmarks and get their trophies or whatever, but that's kind of annoying. Then you go in a PvP engagement and you lose them all in like an instant and you got to go do it all again. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, in PvP, I think the catharsis is probably the better way to go.
Hostile control point nearby.
Oh, Ghost Devil, yeah, I've made a few clutch builds. I actually like it with Striker, and now you can even do it with Umbra. So you want a weapon that's fast and accurate. You want to land those shots, and of course you want to have max crit chance. And the more red cores, the better, right? But otherwise, you can have almost 100% armor on kill with that, which is pretty good. Yeah, I actually like clutch. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of it. I don't use it very much, but I do like it. Ah, that grenade. So this is where the bonus are. So this, see what I mean by the bonus armor? So I want to drop my shield as much as possible, right? The shield is adding 4 million armor to my build, but it slows me down. So I really do want to drop the shield, and when I have bonus armor. Okay, so let's see, watch our regen here. We don't have all the trophies, so it's not max regen yet. Once we do, it'll go faster. It's a little slow though, I gotta say. A little slow. But let's see how it is once we get our trophies. So it's a little early to call it. Don't tap me. Oh, you dick. All right, let's get back in it. Let's get this guy to get me up. Yeah. But I can see with the Artificer Hive that the shield is definitely stronger. You know, I noticed like when we, in the beginning when we were standing in front of all those enemies, without the Artificer Hive, the shield would have been in the red, you know, and with the Artificer, it kept it way stronger. So that's a good thing. Because when you, again, when your shield breaks, it's just you're toast. You're toast. Yeah, we'll see what the crit numbers are in a minute. So about 380 on the body right now. Let's see, there was a 500 in there.
Incoming hostiles detected.
See what the head is. 461, 5 something. They go pretty fast, though. Yeah, 480 right there. 450, 549. That sounds about right. 550. Reaper Shadow, thanks for raiding. Appreciate you, bro. I hope you had a good stream. Tell me what's up, man. Yeah, oh, thank you for bringing that up, Wolfpack Gaming. So, listen, like, tank builds like this, like, really, this I would say, like, this is a heroic build, right? Like, everything we're gonna be working on today is gonna be heroic. I find that my equations or my zones, comfort zones, or whatever you want to call it, for legendary and heroic, my thresholds, let's call it that way. My thresholds are different for legendary and heroic. Actually, the way I think about builds is quite a bit different for legendary versus heroic. Like, I think that for legendary, it's, so there we go, we just lost our shield. It's good to know. And you see how I see you're fucking toast? So we're gonna have to armor kit that up. And that's a disappointment. Hold on, sorry about the tangent here, but that's a disappointment that your shield breaks. My shield can't get any stronger than this. This is the strongest shield in the game, unless I started putting on, you know, like the R&K shield pieces and stuff like that, you know what I mean? They're not gonna make that big of a difference, I gotta tell you, you know? But this is the nerf, this is what they did. It's a nerf to the devs don't want the shield to be invulnerable. The bulwark shield is basically invulnerable, right? Is that thing fucking glitched or what? I was just wailing on it. There we go, what the fuck? It doesn't matter. You know, sometimes your shield's gonna break. It's not, you know, I'm not gonna cry about it, but like, but you guys see how it goes, right? I mean, it's an obvious equation, right? Kill the enemy faster means they're gonna be putting less damage on your shield. You know, so that's the balance that you're looking for. I want the strongest shield possible, while at the same time killing the enemy as fast as possible. So that's the balance you're looking for there. Okay, a little bit more to the shield, a little less time to kill, or a little less shield, more time to kill, better time to kill. Whatever. But my point is like, for legendary, I wouldn't use this build in legendary. The enemies in legendary are basically like a 4-man squad heroic, maybe a little bit more. They play really deep also, and they also have explosives. So like when it comes to like out of cover shield builds in legendary, I mean, if you play like really aggressive and go all red and you got an extremely fast time to kill and your squad is on board, like we do with the speedruns for the average Joe, then absolutely the shield is worthy. Even if it's only 2 or 3 million strong, then, you know, that's just enough. It's just enough to take a few bullets while you kill the enemies really fast. But that's not a tank build, what I'm describing. It is a max DPS build that happens to run a shield, but only because you're playing aggressive. But this shield wouldn't last 5 minutes in Legendary. Those tanks are gonna wail on it. Chungus would wail on it. The explosives are gonna blow it up and stagger you at the same time. They're gonna throw every explosive your way. The shield would not handle Legendary whatsoever. And so that's what I mean. So when it comes to Legendary, if I was gonna run a shield build, I'm taking on a tank role, and I would play into that tank role. It would be a true tank. I'd probably run 4 pieces of foundry. I would probably run 4 pieces of foundry, and then the catharsis mask and whatever. I would be a true tank build. I'd be using the Liberty pistol probably, and I'd be making sure my shield never broke. That would be my goal. And I would be a tank. I'd be standing in between the enemies and whatever. So appreciate you, Kamikaze, man. Appreciate that, bro. That's shield life though, huh? I hear you. But so, it's just kind of like, it's just a different equation. And so when it comes to like Legendary, there's no rules, okay? So you don't make this a rule, but this is how I play. And this is what I would recommend to people that played like me. Less armor is more in Legendary. Less armor is more. Remember, the survivability pie is time to kill. And when you take that pie into Legendary, it's even more important that you have a fast time to kill. It's even more important because when that healer station guy drops, you need to be able to kill enemies while they're standing in the healing stations. And so you got to have incredible burst damage and sustainable damage. You got to have all of that going for you. You need to be able to kill enemies while they're standing in triple heal stations in some rooms. Triple heal stations. You need to kill that elite medic so you can stop picking people up. And he only spends a little bit of time out of cover, so you got to burn him down quickly. You need to keep those tanks from flanking you, and you need a minimum amount of DPS. You know, so what I'm saying is a lot of DPS to send that tank back to the engineer or to blow it up before it flanks you. And so all these things are saying you need to have a minimum damage threshold in Legendary, which is why builds like what you're looking at here don't really work in Legendary. Can you make it work? Can you force it? Of course you can. Yeah, you can make this build work, you know, but it just really wouldn't be super effective. Not the way that I would play. You know, I would be frustrated by how weak the shield would be, you know. You would go in there and you'd be like, man, my shield keeps breaking, and I've rolled everything into my shield. I'm running 2.1 million armor so that I can have a strong shield. I'm running technician with the artificer so I can have a strong shield, and legendaries are just gonna make that shield look like a joke, bro. Yeah, Kamikaze, if you broke down an exotic, I mean, no, you can't recover it. You can't recover it. You can't like recraft it. You have to have one to craft one. You have to have one to craft one. So in other words, I would have to sacrifice this chameleon to craft a new chameleon. I have to have this memento to craft a new memento. Components aren't able to be used to create a new exotic. So your best bet, you know, for exotics, of course, are projects. So doing these 3 projects every week, they reset. So really easy. These are really easy to complete. 1 legendary, 1 resource donation, and then the summit, 30 floors in the summit. Do that pretty quickly. And on any difficulty. So keep that in mind. Put it on challenging, whatever. That, of course, is the easiest way. Or going into, whatchamacallit, the countdown, go into countdown mode and then put it to, you know, backpacks or assault rifles or whatever it is that you're looking for. It's probably the easiest way to get exotics right now. I just delete this stuff real quick because I don't got a lot of slots. So, anyways, what is my impressions on this build, right? What is my impressions on this build? So, it actually worked pretty well. I thought it worked pretty well. You know, I think that there were moments where the chameleon version definitely shined. One in the recovery, but also in the time to kill. Of course, when the chameleon was buffed, right? Where this one outperforms the chameleon version when the chameleon wasn't buffed. Does that logic make sense to you? You know, but this version also had the stronger shield. I think that when I was running the chameleon one, I definitely had to drop my shield more or keep my eye on the shield health more because it's more sensitive to break than this one. And that's really, it's nothing about the build. The 6 components here are making the stronger shield. It's this artificer that's making the stronger shield, right? So we can, I feel like the 2 pieces of foundry are sort of, I feel like they're wasteful. I think we're losing too many slots for 5% total armor. And I don't care about armor. I really don't. Yes, I have 6 blue cores, but the only reason why I have the 6 blue cores is so that I can get the 1.2 million armor from my bonus armor. That's really what it's for, and to drive the armor regen. But the problem is that by adding the foundry, we actually lose armor regen, right? So we lose armor regen. We lose 30,000 armor regen. I'd rather have 30,000 armor regen than 5% more armor. You understand? Because they're just going to take that 5% armor away in a single bullet. But so just like I said in this morning's video, it's not the armor you're after, it's the pool of armor you're after. You want a large pool of armor. And that's because your armor is you want it to go down and back up and down and back up and down and back up, right? Now this one, the reason why it works is because the shield is stronger, right? And so because the shield is stronger, you still have pretty darn good survivability, even though we have less armor regen because you're relying on the shield more. which doesn't work when you're getting shot in the back, of course. And so that's why armor regen is still more valuable, because I want to also be protected in the back, because you get in those situations when you're playing out of cover with the shield a little bit. So it is a little bit of preference, but I do believe that more armor regen is more valuable than just 5% more armor. So you could just, so my point is that you could keep everything the same and just take off the foundry bulwark pieces. And so one way to do that is simply putting on the chill out mask and pick up 5 of that 10% armor, you see, and then also gain a slot, a mod slot, right? In exchange. And so by doing that, you could put on, you know, more crits, increase your time to kill, or more armor, protection from elites if you wanted to. And so we're gonna be moving towards that direction, because protection from elites for heroic content, especially where you have half of the guys you encounter being elite, you know, man, it makes you feel like really godly, right? Really godly. What up, Dixon? RD. What up, little fucker? What's going on, brother? You know what? I haven't seen rogues in a while, Ghost. I'll be honest with you, man. I play a lot, and I haven't seen rogues in. I haven't seen them since before I was sick. Shit, I haven't seen rogues in 2 weeks. Yeah, so if you're just not joining us, we did get some news. There is a delay in the Division 2 Season 11, and we don't have a launch date yet. So.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Damon, appreciate you joining, bro. Welcome to the Players Club, but welcome back. It looks like you've been, I see you got a gold skull, so you're renewing. Welcome, appreciate you, man. So the Catharsis, good question. So the Catharsis mask, let's see right here. It's actually incoming, there's an incoming repair mod on it, but it's gonna toss out this green cloud, right? And so let's look what it says. So removing all stacks of status effect and then dropping a healing cloud, which restores 5% of max armor for 10 seconds. So 5% per second for 10 seconds is how I interpret that. So 5% armor regen is what that is, which is really good. The problem I find is that I'm kind of moving a lot, and so I miss that cloud sometimes, but it works. Oh, you getting a new PS5, bro? I got a new computer on the way. Hey, if you guys haven't noticed, I got a new capture card. So those little audio delays that we used to get back in the day are no longer with us. Yeah, so brand new capture card. I've been running it for a couple of days now. Things are going smoother. Yeah, so let's heal this. We're gonna make some changes here. You can't do that, Wolfpack. But what I want to start off with is I want to move to I think the chill out up here, and then the holster. We're gonna have to figure out what we want to run down in the holster. If it's not gonna be Emperors, we could go with armor on kill, or we can go something damage like Fox's Prayers with an armor core. We could also go improvise, which I might do that. Okay, so let's find the chill out that we want. So I think I want chill out with crits, preferably crit damage. So let's take this one here, and then improvised holster, and I'll show you why in a second. That should work right there. All right, this is gonna be cool. This is gonna be cool. You'll see here in a second. Let me slap this together, and I'll walk you through why. Actually, with this setup, we're gonna have to stick with the Kingbreaker, right? Because because we're running technician. What up, Galligan? That's cool, man. Are you on Xbox also? So I'm gonna go and roll this crit damage for now. And then let's do those knees. Let's add some crit chance down here instead of headshot damage. Let's see where does that put us? 44, a little on the low side. Crit chance, crit chance. So we can take off this armor regen down here and put a swap it for crit chance. Boom. All right. So that brings us to 50. Now we're in a healthy spot. So we'll leave it at 50. That's good. That's good. And so now I'm going to load on some protection from elites. Yeah. So there we go. And then I'm going to put the other one here. That's a chill out. That's that one. There we go. Cool. So now we should have 39% protection from elites. That's great. So protection from elites is obviously only going to work against elites, of course, but it diminishes damage from them. And so that's going to protect our bonus armor and also our regular armor. So basically what it's doing is helping our bonus armor stay up longer. And we got to remember how many elites we encounter in heroic content. Tons of enemies. Tons of enemies. Oh yeah, good call. Let's switch out the chameleon. I like your suggestion there. Let's put on the sweet dreams and just increase our time to kill on those non-elites by one plug to the face. Like it. Good idea. Good idea. Who did that? That was Loso way. All right, good job, Loso. Hear that? You can also go Scorpion too, and if you want to help yourself against like really big threats, the Scorpion helps against major threats. That's also a good backup. You can also do the Busy Bee, swap to that, load up on damage every now and again. But yeah, I like this. Since we're out of cover, I like the idea of the Sweet Dreams. Bitty by bit. Bitty by bit. Thanks for the sub, man, with your Prime. Appreciate that. I won't let you down, man. I won't let you down. Johanny likes the Division 2 with a little smoking. Manning National Zoo today. You know, it's been a bit since I've been in Manning Zoo. Oh, Loso, you're so amazing. Yeah, great build. You know, I didn't get a look at your build too closely, but yeah, he was running, I think it was that yesterday, day before. He was running this tank build and did a really good job with it. Really good job with it. Yeah, the mop with preservation is great. I actually have, I'm a big fan of the mop. I'm a big fan of the mop. Okay, so our armor regen should basically be about the same. So there we go. We lost a couple of thousand in armor regen, not a big deal. And that's because we changed the holster, okay? So that's just because we changed the holster to crits. Our armor is at 2 million. So remember when we were running the 2 pieces of foundry, we were at 2.1 million. So we didn't really lose any armor. That's that whole 5%. But when we gained back our slots, we gained back lots of slots. 2, really. Well, I guess 3. We gained back 3 because of the brand attribute. Okay. Otherwise, everything's basically the same. So we're still going to run Kingbreaker. We still got the Technician and the Shield. So let's see how this one goes. Yeah, an elite is a yellow enemy. That's right. You have elites and then you have named elites. Named elites have those, like the bosses. And there's a boss, 2 bosses you encounter at every control point. Time to kill is way better. Look at that bonus armor, bro. Look at that. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! They can't touch it. Those elites can't touch it, man. Those elites can't touch it. Because we got that 40% protection from elites. So it's gonna stick around for a while. We got the shield in the front, protection from elites in the back. Better time to kill. Oops. There's a boss. It's like a mullet. This is the mullet build. How many times have I killed this lady? Twice? So the third time I'm killing her. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think it can get better, but I think we made a move in the right direction. Oh, I forgot we had the sweet dreams too. Sorry, forgot about that. Oh, I hate when they go running downtown. Yeah, so if you're on the console, I find that the Omega Suppressor really is like almost mandatory for the Kingbreaker. Ah, you fucker. Come on. Gotta keep sending medics out here, man. Yeah, a lot of forgiveness in this build, a lot of forgiveness. Yeah, he's really tanky. That was a good sign right there. See that bonus armor? See, so that's the armor pull we're talking about, right? That increase in armor pull, it's like massive. Even though it only lasts for 10 seconds, boy, is it worth it. Oh, you little fucker.
Hostiles detected.
What the fuck? Had the wrong gun? Damn it. So 650 is the what we critted right there, where the last build was like 550. So basically 100,000 more per crit. Super tanky though. The shield, no problem, right? The shield looks like it's a forever shield. It's not though. Of course, it can break, but we haven't seen it get anywhere close to breaking in this round. I think there's rogues. There's rogues. We were just saying we haven't seen any rogues in a while, huh? All right, let's rogue it up, boys.
Rogue agent detected.
So they're a different challenge. They're gonna bring skills with them, and they hit pretty damn hard. So yeah, we just face tanked that rogue and won. Watch that shield, huh? Easy peasy.
Eliminated. Supply room access unlocked.
Anyways, so yeah, it does make, I gotta say, it does make it for a pretty good new player build as well because of how forgiving it is, you know? So I'm just looking at which direction I want to go here. So that's 5093. Looking at this piece particularly. So, and the reason why is it's got that skill haste there. And so the win here is I get a weapon damage score for blue core, right? However, I could also swap if I had a different piece here, right? I could also get, instead of 15% weapon damage, I could have 15% crit damage. What's more valuable? 15% weapon damage or 15% crit damage? So let's go test that. And then by running like if this was a Gruppo with an armor core, I could have 30% crit damage. What's more valuable, 30% crit damage or 15% weapon damage? Right? So let's go test that real quick and see if we can add some more damage to this build. Yeah, I'll show the build again too. Yeah. Okay, let me grab a couple of holster options and then we'll walk through real quick. So that's an option. That's an option. Let's see. Cheska's an option. Yeah. No, Reed, it would. A higher base weapon damage helps the crit damage. It's a scaling thing though, so you got to test it to see. Okay, so let's see, do I still have memento stacks? No. Okay, good. So they expired. So here's the build. So right now, just look at the crits. We're at 50, 93. So it's basically minimum crit damage situation here, but we're working off of the pulses, right? Strong base weapon, the Kingbreaker, damage to targets out of cover, and we get perfect flatline for 20% pulse. I'm sorry, 20% amplified damage to pulse targets. And then we're running the laser pointer in order to be able to get that pulse. I have the Omega for 20% stability and then crit chance here. And then the chest piece is the other big spike in damage for 20% amp. So spotter, perfect spotter. That's the closer chest piece with crits everywhere. And then the backpack is giving us 30% weapon damage when we're at full stacks. And then 5% more weapon damage every time we pick up a trophy. So it's a little bit. It's a little bit. And then we ran the chill out mask. It's just pushing our armor up a little bit. So as you can see, our total armor is at 2 million and our base armor regen is at 20,000. But instead of armor regen, additional armor regen attributes, what we did is add protection from elites. And so we have 3 protection from elite mods, and that's why I'm running this this holster, pushing us to 39% protection from elites. And so that protection from elites is also protecting our bonus armor, so it makes our bonus armor last its full 10 seconds, helps it last its full 10 seconds. And so by having stronger bonus armor, by having stronger armor, because of protection from elites, we don't need as much armor regen on the build. The armor regen doesn't have to work so hard because we're taking less damage. We're absorbing less damage. And that's because there's just a lot of elites in this game. The non-elites, as you could see from my gameplay, were really not much of an issue. They were really never really banging on us too much. A little bit in the beginning, but once we cleared out a few of them, it just became nothing but elites. So I got more armor regen here. So that puts us a total of 4%. And then crit damage, crit chance. And then the holster, which is a Picaro's holster, which has given us crits, weapon damage, and armor core. And then we got a wasted slot of skill haste, which isn't too bad. Running Technician. So the shield stayed up really well the whole time, and Artificer was a big piece of that. So it's a 2-tier beast right there. And it's 2-tier because Technician gives us 1, the Memento gives us another. And that's a 6 skill tier shield, pushing close to 5 million in total health value. So the reality is we have 2.5 million in armor here. And then a single trophy gives us 1.2 million in bonus armor, which puts us at 3.7 million armor. We're basically running with 3.7 the whole time, because almost always have 1 trophy active, if not more. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at this one piece. So what I wanna keep doing is driving in more damage to the build, right? And then seeing, and then bringing in also more defense, and then but we're gonna wanna see like which type of defense is really we're doing the most of the work. Is it really the bonus armor that's doing most of the work with the protection from elites? And if so, can we get rid of Bellstone and still feel just as powerful or more powerful, because we would put there instead more damage? So let's take a look at what our crit damage numbers are here just real quick, and then we're gonna swap out that holster while maintaining the same level of armor and see if our time to kill will be better. And so we don't really have to look at DPS, we can just go by crit, it's fine. So these are without the mementos, right? So 558. 558. We'll go ahead and look at DPS anyways. So about 4.5, maybe 5 million. Yeah, about the same. All right. So 558, all right? So now what we're gonna do is, let's look at our crits. So we're at 5093, all right? 5093. So now we're at 50, 117. Okay, so what we did is took off 15% weapon damage and added, what were we at before? I can't remember now. 93. So I think we were at 93 before, right? So we added over 20. I think about 20% crit damage. Let's take a look again. Sorry, I forgot. That's where we were before. Yeah, 93. Yeah, and then we were at 117. So we added 20% crit damage to the build. And if we had a Gruppo, you could add even more. I just don't have a Gruppo down here with armor right now. So. All right, let's test this. So we're looking for greater than 558. 559. So it's basically a wash. If it's a wash, that probably means you go with the Picaro holster. The reason why is because we had skill haste. Now, although we're not really using the skill haste, it's still an extra, right? And also the 15% weapon damage is also helping the non-crit damage also. So, which would help our DPS in the end. Let's take a look at the DPS. Oh wait, it's not pulsing anymore. Hold on. There it is. Yeah, a little bit lower, but close, right? It's a little closer to 4 million instead of 5 million, so. So yeah, anyway, so this goes back to the Macaros with crit chance. I think that's where we're at there. And then here, so our next test is we're gonna try getting rid of the Bellstone and playing all into that bonus armor and see if that's where the build will shine. To see if that's what's really shining on the build, I guess. So here we go. So a crit damage, crit chance, and then more protection from elites. And then I'm not going to put on more protection from elites. I'm actually going to run this more crit damage. Okay, so here you go. So that puts us at 105% crit damage. So I put on just a 12% more, and then keeping the crit chance at 50%. Okay, so here's this question comes up all the time, so I'm just gonna give you a quick answer here. So if you're below 120% crit chance, crit damage, if you're below 120% crit damage, and you're at the point where I'm at 50% crit chance, for example, and I say, should I put on more crit chance or more crit damage? At this stage, the answer is crit damage. If you're over 120% crit damage, the answer is always crit chance. All right, let's get some more ammo. Yeah, and we're gonna settle on the weapons in a little bit too. So as we kind of work out these secondary little pieces, then we'll go back to the weapons and start kind of toggling through, because the weapons is a big deal. Some people love the chameleon, some people hate it. Some people love the Kingbreaker, some people hate it. You know what I mean? So it's really good to take a look at both weapons. And I'm a firm believer. I think that the chameleon performs better in this situation. You know, it's sort of like the Kingbreaker, I think, is like it's sort of a compromise, right? Because it's like it's always doing the 20% amp damage, it's always doing it, and it's always doing it, and it's always doing it, right? Where the chameleon is bringing in these big spikes. But I gotta tell you, those big spikes last for 45 seconds. 45. The chameleon, those spikes are 45 seconds. You know, that's not a little bit of time. You know, it takes, less than 5 minutes to clear a control point. That's 1/5 of the time, and you're going to get that multiple times. It's there for you. It's there for you. So I when it comes to tank builds, like I really like the chameleon for tank builds, because it's bringing in at least 90% weapon damage, plus all the crit chance and crit damage. Like all these crit chance rolls, like the crit chance, we could get rid of all of that crit chance and dedicate it to more armor regen or more crit damage or whatever, and so that make those highs really high. So we're gonna do that too. So probably after this iteration, we'll go back and forth between the Kingbreaker and the chameleon to see which one performs better. Now that we got the armor regen thing and / bonus armor worked out here, we'll see.
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, it is annoying for the downtimes. It's another stacking thing, right? It's just, the chameleon is like Striker. The chameleon is like Heartbreaker. There's stacks, and there's times when you don't have the stacks, and there's times that you do have the stacks, And sometimes you can get in this game, because they do so much stacking in this game. You can get tired of stacks, and just want some really reliable damage. And that's a way to play too, right? There are builds out there that play into just a constant and consistent damage, and they're really good builds. Like no damage to armor, no damage to targets out of cover, all amplified and crit damage, and just no stacking, and it's good. They're good. That's basically, a really good way to play. It's just like I have really consistent and reliable damage no matter what color the enemy is, Let's get close and personal with these guys. Look at that bonus armor.
I've got you.
Oh, that fucking reload, huh? Ooh, he just came out of nowhere, huh? So we got, that's a lot of armor right there, right? That's just all that is 2 trophies, and now we got 3 trophies. Look at that armor. Look at that, insane. That's what I'm saying. And so that's what we're looking at. Is it really the armor regen, or is it really the bonus armor, right? Is that where survivability is? Comes another convoy. Shit, we're about to get busy up in here. As long as you're killing, right? That's the caveat. You gotta be killing. Gotta be killing. Oh, I dropped my shield too fast. That was my bad. Yeah, the backfire is another way to go. Too, that's a good point. I still like the chameleon over the battle, the backfire, to be honest with you. There's one backfire build that I can vouch for right now, and that's the Umbra Initiative backfire build with no bleed. That's pretty fun. It feels really good. It fixes all the problems that the backfire has. Yeah, as long as you're killing, right, Reaper? That's the catch with this build. And so that's where the time to kill, what you're doing with the bonus armor. Okay, look at it this way. This is like, it's like Hunter's Fury. It's a tank Hunter's Fury build in a way, right? Because isn't that what Hunter's Fury is, right? Hunter's Fury is like, as long as you're killing, right? As long as we're killing, we basically what I'm trying to say is that we have such a large armor pool, they're gonna have a hard time bringing it down. And we get another kill by the time our bonus armor runs out, basically. But that's my point is that that's what Hunter's Fury is, right? Hunter's Fury is basically rewarding you with 20% armor on kill. And we're getting 60%. It's temporary armor on kill, but it's armor on kill. We're getting 60% of it. And so do I care that it's temporary? Absolutely not. I don't care that it's temporary. The reason why is because as soon as I kill the enemy again, I get another round of 1.2 million temporary armor. So it's permanently temporary, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's permanently temporary because I'm always getting it. So it's not really temporary. But if you think about it in a sense, all armor is temporary, isn't it? Even your white armor is temporary. It's only temporarily there until you take your first bullet to the face, and they're gonna take a whole armor core off of you with a single bullet. That's right, these guys hit at least 170,000. So all armor is temporary. And so 10% bonus armor on kill is perfect. I only need it for 10 seconds. And then we got 60% bonus armor on here. On kill here, and so it only lasts for 10 seconds, but that's great because I don't need more than 10 seconds to kill an enemy and get another Another trophy. But if I put an 8x scope on this, I like running scopes. Let's get this boss.
I'm taking away too much fire.
I mean, if you don't need the shield, but
Supply room access.
I mean, it's sort of like, you know, sort of part of being a tank in a way. I mean, you can replace the shield though. We could talk about that in a little bit. You don't have to run the shield with this build. What I would do would be add more protection from elites. That's probably what I would do. We could show you that too. There's somebody running around here. Oh God, I'm not gonna find this guy. Okay, so let's look at the armor regen here. So 61,000 total armor regen, and it felt great. That felt great. I could feel a little bit of a perk to the time to kill here. And then we still have the same 39% protection from elites. So let's see here. Let's take that out. So what's interesting about this build is that the chill out mask, I could technically go without the chill out mask. And so the reason why is because I can, this is just a Grupo piece here. You see that with armor? And so what I could do is put the protection from elites here, put one of these over here, keep one there, and then actually run a Grupo mask and pull in even more crit hit damage onto this build and get our time to kill up even more. Let's see if I got that mask on me right now, actually. Because, you know, so right now, I guess what I'm saying is that we got 2 million armor here. And if I drop to like 1.9 million armor, is that going to make me weaker? Is that going to weaken the build? No, it's not. You know, that 5% total armor isn't as helpful, again, because they take it away really quickly, right? They take it away really quickly with a single bullet. And so I'd rather have more damage there. But I like the armor cores, again, because I really think those armor cores are working for us. I'm going to try keeping the armor core. And we would run this piece here. See that? And now I'll still keep... let's go and swap this. We're going to have to reload some armor. So let's go and do that. I mean, a build like this, you can run an LMG. And LMGs are like... I mean, if you look at the damage from LMGs... They're not too much different than assault rifles. There's some really cool ones like the RPK. I like the RPK. I think it's my favorite of them all. The LS8 or whatever it's called is technically a little bit stronger, but I still like the RPK better because I think the RPK still has a bigger mag. I can't remember, but and they're pretty similar in damage. But you know, but they got worse they have worse handling, and so you have to look at that, you know, as part of your build strategy and whether you're willing to accept that. And then they, you know, and they do have bigger mags, but more importantly, their attributes are different. So they come with damage to targets out of cover, and then you add damage to armor. And so that's what's really different. And so if you're looking for some more damage to targets out of cover, it's a pretty cool way to add it. And then that's why I look at the RPK, because it's still like running an assault rifle. So what I'm gonna do is add the protection to elites here. And this should give us just a little bit more crit damage. On a build that's starving for crit damage, changes like that can really help. So 56, 108. 56, 108. So we also picked up some crit chance, which isn't the worst. Oh, I guess we'll just roll with it. I can actually balance this back out by putting on the crit damage here. There we go. 50, 120. There, that's better. That's better. Now we're at that 120 mark. So any movement we make now goes to crit chance. That makes sense. Any movement we make now means it's better to go. So if we were to say, are we better off with 132% crit damage or 56% crit chance? And the answer is 56% crit chance. All right, let's go. And so when you're balancing out builds like this, like tank DPS builds as an example, or skill hybrids or anything like that, sometimes 12%, like something like 12% crit damage can be the game changer. It could swing it to that, oh, I love my time to kill now, you know?
Hostile control point identified.
So basically, let's take a quick look. So we lost about 80,000 in armor. Okay, so we were at a little over 2 million, and now we're a little under 2 million. Basically the same. And in exchange, we picked up about 24% crit hit damage. See if we can feel that. Remember, we don't have any trophies right now, so we gotta.
Stay back. Shit.
Coming through. All right, let's pick a fight here.
Lost the shot. Get into cover.
Reinforcements in place.
Get the hell away from me.
We got the sweet dreams. I always forget about it though.
Get back! You bastard! Move out! Cover me while I reload.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Stay back. You hear me? I'll crush it. That guy should be over.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Not over there. Got a reinforcement. Gotta clear them. How do you want to play? We've got a friendly down. You like daddy?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Assaulting the objective. Oh, God.
We won. That's take as they get right there.
Got it, deep cover.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, I'd have to go grab the Dark Winter. But like, yeah, but I think we proved a good point here that was it the armor regen or was it really the bonus armor that was doing the work from the original build? You know, and I gotta say that it was the bonus armor. The bonus armor is so good, you don't really need that much armor regen because you always have bonus armor as long as you're killing, right? And if you're not killing, then what are you doing? You know what I mean? If you're not killing, then what are you doing? You know, and there's gonna be moments where you get swarmed and you have a hard time and whatever, but it's gonna be rare. You know, it's gonna be rare. Probably your most vulnerable point is when you're kicking off the battle, right? Because they're always kind of like, you know, it's like kicking a wasp nest, right? Hornet's nest, and it's like, you know, they get really aggressive on you, and that's probably your most vulnerable moment, you know. But outside of that, it's just like, you know, as long as you're killing one enemy every 10 seconds, you're pushing 3.2 million armor, right? And you're constantly holding on to that. And sometimes you're stacking it, right? And it goes up to 5 million, 6 million, whatever. But as long as you're killing one enemy every 10 seconds, then you don't need any armor regen more than what we just have from the memento. And so it's apparently expired, but you know, I think it was somewhere around 20,000 per second, which is perfect, you know? So it's a sort of like, when you have lots of bonus, and we've seen that with Heartbreaker builds too, with Heartbreaker. When you have lots of bonus armor, you don't really need much of anything else. Like on my Heartbreaker build, you know, where we got mega armor, bonus armor, I just run a simple, weak little fixer, which gives us 25,000 heals per second, right? And so you could do that too. Like if you felt like you didn't want to buff your shield, you could just run a fixer, and that's going to give you 40,000 heals per second and more. Technically, when you get your trophies, it's going to push that up even further. So technically, a fixer drone on this build would be stronger than the armor regen. I don't know what you mean, Cyber. Where's my assault rifle dropping from? Like, where did I get it? So the Kingbreaker you can get from anywhere targeted loot is assault rifle. You can also get it from named item caches. But yeah, anywhere there's assault rifles is targeted loot. Named item caches. It is an open world weapon. You don't have, meaning non-dark zone exclusive. Okay, let's reset this, head back here. Let's take a look at a couple of different weapons. Dustin Mayo says reloading is stupid. Hey Dustin, yeah, you know, be excited for season 11 Ninja's bike backpack. I was talking like, check this out, bro. Like running a 3-piece Umbra Initiative, right? That would give you that 30% reload speed, and then 1-piece friendliness will give you another 20% reload speed, you know? And then run like weapon handling on top of that, you'd have amazing reload speeds, right? 50% minimum right there. Increase your reload speed. It's crazy fast. Okay, let's go grab some weapons, huh? Let me see what I got here first. So Sitar, all right, it's all right. Shield Splinter wouldn't be bad. Oh, I do have the Dark Winter right here. Okay, cool. So just gonna pull that over. The new Reliable is a nice LMG, by the way, if you don't have that. But that's the RPK, that's the named RPK right there. Very good gun, very good gun. Okay. So let's take a look at the difference between, actually let me go into technician, and then let's take off shotguns, put on SMGs. All right. So let's look at the difference between the Kingbreaker and the Dark Winter. So you can also run a Vector with Flatline and get that 15% amp damage, you know, or you can get 50% crit hit damage on kill that's going to last for 10 seconds. You know, so sometimes, so it's going to have 12% RPM, definitely a lower base weapon damage, right, the Dark Winter, but in exchange, you're getting that RPM and a little bit of a smaller mag. This does accept the laser pointer, so that's good. And then we're going to have 50% crit hit damage, which would equate to more damage than 20% amplified damage. The problem is it's not always on for you. You got to have that kill, right? But it could still play out to feel pretty good. We'll see. The good news is about this is that It's also going to bring in all the crit chance that you need. At the loss of really damage to health, so that's the exchange, the health damage, which we're not really using too much. So our crit chance should be a lot higher now. Yeah, so it's at 60. So what we could do is start pulling off, if we have any crit chance mods, I'm not sure we do. We don't. This one would be the piece that we could change. Let's see, obviously I can change those, but I like crit chance on the gun, not on the build. So this one piece we can change. Let's see if I have a Picaro with crit damage. Yeah. So we go. So there's gives us more crit damage, and we're still over 60. So I could change these to like headshot damage. It's a little helpful though. I'd rather have, I would guess we're just gonna have to change these to crit damage. Still over 60. Oh, we got a mod here. There we go. Perfect. We were exactly 60, so I'll hold here. That's fine. Actually, we could switch one of these. Let's go and change that to crit chance. $59, $149. All right, let's go give it a whirl. See how we like it. Thanks, Sebastian. You saw that then, huh? Glad somebody's paying attention. Yeah, you like the bedazzled? I say this, the skin is bedazzled. It's my bedazzled SMG. No, Reed, you get the, if nobody's answered you, you get the ivory keys by killing hunters in the original hunters in the open world. Washington, D.C. hunters is what we call them. So yeah, there's, is there 8 keys, guys? I can't remember how many keys you get. See, I think they're under resources, actually. It's been a while since I've done that. Keys. Oh, there we go. Dark Arrows, Iron Horse, Riker, Cleaners, True Sons, Hyenas. Yeah, they might not show up anymore. Yeah. Yeah, 8. Okay, thanks, Sebastian. All right, so let's see how this rolls. Remember, when your most vulnerable point is when you kick off the fight, right? That's when they're really aggressive. I don't know why. Ooh, we barely got that. Barely got that. The shield was on its red end.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Come on, reload. God damn it. He wouldn't fucking reload.
Agent vital signs 0.
Yeah, no, it's delayed. It's a delay. I think you can buy the skin, but it did come. Yeah, you can buy it. I'm pretty sure, but it originally came in a season as part of the rewards track. I think it was season 1.
Destroy that.
The job done.
That's close enough.
You are sucked up.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Hostile apartment.
That's working out all right. If you move quickly, stay inside a bunch of enemies, you know, so that you don't lose your buff. Again, that's another reason why I like the Chameleon over the Dark Winters, because it's, you know, 45 seconds on your buff. You don't have to worry about it timing out so much. But about the same level of survivability, I would say, as a Kingbreaker. We'll see. Of course, it sacrifices range here, right? You don't have as much range. It's okay though, because we're playing inside anyways.
Can't take much more fire.
I always find headshots are always a little bit harder with the SMGs, right? The bullet pattern, the accuracy, the little bouncing dot makes it more difficult.
Fuck yeah!
Less of a beam, I guess. More of a spread, less beam.
Victorious ring.
And of course, it's got a smaller mag too.
Heavily armored hostile
Something to
detected.
consider. It's only 5 rounds, but
That's close enough. No! Big fucking missile.
yeah, pretty reasonable. This is a good time to kill on him.
We need to lock down the area.
Remember, we're max armor. We're 2 million.
Come on, that fucking.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, it's an interesting build. I'm not, you know, when it comes to it works. The downside is, or positive, it's not really a downside, but is that if you're going to run an SMG, you know, would you just be better off with a Hunter's Fury build, right? Getting, it's a different way to go. It's a different setup, right? But like, let's say you put a bunch of armor on a Hunter's Fury build with the memento and still run spotter. Nothing wrong with that. Still go with your shield, but lose the protection from elites and get your 20% armor on kill from Hunter's Fury plus a bunch more amp damage. You know, you'd be running less crits because it doesn't have as many slots on the Hunter's Fury build, but in exchange, you're going to get amp damage. You know, if you decide to go with an SMG, would you just be better off using Hunter's Fury? I mean, I think so, you know, without doing a head-to-head competition with it, I think you would be, you know? If you go down the SMG road. All right, I think we got everything. Could you drop the shield? I guess that's the question you're asking, Tap. Yeah, you can. Let me see. What would I do to drop the shield here? I'd probably run Survivalist and then double heals. Let's take a look at it. Huh, 21 pestilence. Yeah, that is beastly. Yeah, I'm on Xbox. Yeah, the striker with the vector is fun. I actually like running the vector and the CTAR with striker. Maxing out those, yeah, the decoy. Good call on the decoy. You could also run the Banshee pulse and run Gunner too, and get 10% armor on kill. Closer usually beats. I mean, it depends on how you're running your build, I gotta say, but we did that test the other day in the live stream. Somebody asked the same question. Would I be better off with Fenris, Grupo, or Cheska than an all red Uzina Getica? You know? So, I mean, if you're absolutely avoiding armor, then, you know, you're gonna be better off with Fenris, I guess. But an all red Uzina gave us, it's about the same damage as a Fenris with non-perfect spotter. And so you might as well go Uzina, because then you're getting 5% total armor. It's a bonus, even though, so your damage is about the same and you're getting more armor. Whereas if you just run a Fenris, you can run less armor and you're gonna end up with the same damage. Okay, so if we're gonna drop the shield, I usually go Survivalist, is what I do. So let's make sure we got, I'll go Assault Rifle on this one, and then I'll go to lose a pistol there. Do that. Do that. And then we're gonna be taking more damage, right? So we're gonna have to have a little more heals. I mean, you can run the BB-8 too, so we'll see how we do. Either way, it's sort of the same. The only downside about the decoy is that it's great to get you out of a jam, but sometimes if you're moving around too much, you know what I mean? You're kind of outrunning your decoy, so to speak. And then I'm gonna go and get rid of the Sweet Dreams because I always forget it. It's a great idea. I just don't play into it enough with this build. And then If we run survivalist, we lose the pulse. So what we're gonna do is fix that by running our back to our Night Watcher mask. There we go. Boom. And then we're gonna end up with the same protection from elites if we stay like this, but what this allows us to do is actually get rid of some crit chance. And so the build's gonna give us more, the gun's gonna give us crit chance and crit damage. So I'm gonna, $51. I mean, I guess I could just leave it there, but this crit chance could change. Both of those. I could put repair skills there, actually. It's interesting. Or armor regen. It doesn't really matter. Or I could put headshot damage. What's my reload speed on this? 2.2. Weapon handling would be nice too. Faster reload speed. There you go, 40%. So the gun is going to give us 20% crit chance and then 50% crit damage. So we'll end up at 175 crit damage. And of course, 90% weapon damage. That all comes from this gun. And then we're going to have to put the pulse over here instead of the decoy. That way we can get our amplified damage. All right, let's do it. You can still run Technician and go with the King Breaker. You can do that way too. But I also want to go back to the Chameleon and see how I like this setup with the Chameleon. There's other ways you can get the pulse. Also, you can run a sharpshooter, run a tactician drone. Not that appealing though. It's all right. Yeah, the update's delayed. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier on the stream. They didn't give us a date, of course. So we're just gonna have to keep our ear to the ground. Hopefully it's not more than a week. So I'm ready. I'm ready for season 11.
Reloading here.
Hostiles at point identified. Reinforcements en route.
Another hit on the road.
Get up, dude.
Did that save you?
See how easy it is to get your stacks? Really easy. 900 RPM.
See what I can do?
Hold still, dude. Nice glitch, bro.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Someone wants another ass.
Gonna need a new vest. What's up, Pat?
So far, so good. Let's see how this goes.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll set up my turret. Hostile engaged. Solving the objective.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Reload.
Get off of me. Oh, he's toast. Yeah, it felt great. So there's the no shield option. Yeah, me too, man. That's I was hoping that they would at least reveal the ninja bike backpack details, you know. So let's see. Let's look at our heals. What we got going on heals wise. So 61,000 armor regen on this build. 61,000 plus 32,000. So that's basically 93,000. 93,000 heals per second happening here. And then we have the same protection from elites. 49% protection from elites. Again, I think it doesn't matter which way we go. You know, SMG, Kingbreaker, Chameleon, whatever floats your boat. The concept is all boiling down to the same thing. It's the bone when you're running the memento, especially, but it doesn't have to do. Has nothing to do with the memento. As a matter of fact, we can take the memento off here in a minute. We'll do that. What I'm trying to say is, it's the bonus armor, not the armor. It's the bonus armor, not the regen. And so when you have bonus armor, if you have lots of it, depending on the amount you're getting, right, and how you're getting it, you can play down your other elements, such as armor regen or repair skills or armor on kill, because your bonus armor is so high. And so there's a few builds that we have like this that demonstrate that same thing. Such as, do you guys ever see my max armor tip of spear build where we're running 2 million on a tip of spear build? It's very fun build, one of my favorites. And it works. I have no armor regen and no armor kill on kill. Well, I got the 3% armor regen for the memento. It's running the memento, but it works because of the bonus armor. So we're running and gunning using, you know, on that one, you can use several different weapons, but for the most part, my favorite is the Regulus pistol. And you can run and gun with it because we got so much bonus armor. It's not the armor. I'm only using the armor to get that massive bonus armor. That's really the whole point of the armor, you know? And the other thing is, like, if you are running a shield, it does make a strong shield. But when you take this shield off, it kind of gets into that territory, I gotta say, where, you know, you can do everything you saw me do with almost no armor, right? Everything you just saw me do, you could do with almost no armor. I could put on a similar build, you know, a crit build with no armor and do everything you just saw. And the reason why is because what we're trading off is the resistance for a lot faster time to kill. And you still have to have some sort of recovery because you take some sort of damage and you got to keep going and you don't want to stop to heal. So you got to have some sort of recovery with that, like an armor on kill or something like that, something kind of quick. And so because you're going to have less of a blue shield, right? You're not going to have that blue shield protecting you because you remove all your armor. So you have to replace. So if you're going to take off the armor cores, then, you know, you're going to want something like armor on kill or, you know, really strong repair skills or something like that, because you're going to you're still going to take some damage, even though you're killing really fast. You're still going to take some damage. And what it's going to end up happening is they're going to tick at you and to the point where you either have to stop and heal or die, right? They're going to whittle you down to nothing eventually. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can run all reds in the raid. As a matter of fact, most people do. Sort of the default. I mean, some people put a little bit of armor on, but unless you're taking on a tank role, it's really advised that you go in there into the raids with an all red build. What up, Doc? John Wick? So this one we ended up at back to our 2.0 4 million armor, I guess. And then the regen was 60,000, I think it was. It wore off now, but. Now, for me, I think the version that I like more is actually with Firewall, and that's because we're going to get even more damage out of it. And so basically, you want to make sure you don't. We just demonstrated that you could do the whole thing without. You get that, right? We just demonstrated that you can do the whole thing without a shield. And so, and my point by saying that is that this is a weaker shield than some of the other shields that we ran earlier because we no longer have the Artificer Hive, right? So, however, it's going to give us a damage bonus. And so, of 13% per enemy standing in front of us. So, we just have to watch our shield and remember to drop it if it looks like it's going to break. Which shouldn't be a problem because we just demonstrated that this whole setup we were able to do without a shield altogether. But by running this, we lose 10% protection from elites. So that drops us down to 39. But we also have a shield that's giving us 4.6 million in health. See if there's another weapon that I want to try while we're here. Well, the enemies in the raid are more like challenging level. They don't hit as hard as heroic in the hardest level in the raids. Yeah, Jay-Z. There are exotics in the Dark Zone, but the raid exclusives that you're probably referring to, yeah, they don't happen until that update happens, which is not going to happen on Tuesday, apparently. Yeah, I know. I know.
Hostile control point nearby.
All right, so we should be a little bit stronger here, especially for group setups. So that's all we changed, the specialization.
Reinforcements incoming.
Oh, this guy.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Come on, get in here, guys. Get going.
I got you. That's close enough.
Yeah, that was great. Feels better. I can feel that shield buff, you know? They're all really deep, man.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I'm gonna use that cover to go around. Weapons free. Where you think you're going?
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
One of ours is KIA.
Hostile control point detected.
Screw you!
Incoming hostiles detected.
Grenade! Target first!
Damn you, boss. Yeah, I mean, we haven't had any armor issues. The shield is held up. I think I might like this one better. The question for me right now, like I'm just in my head, is to Kingbreaker or not to Kingbreaker? That is my question.
Supply room access unlocked.
Let's see here. I gotta delete something apparently. We got here crit, that one can go. What up, Miker? All right, let's see here. Yeah, let's try. Let's go. Let's test back into the Kingbreaker here. Let's put on. I mean, I'd actually still prefer the pulse because that gives us the shield. It's gonna make the Kingbreaker even stronger than just running the laser pointer. Let's try it. So then, but let's see where we're at crits. We got that rebalance the crits though, right? So, see crit chance here. Yeah, so we're still gonna have to go to the White House. That's the thing I like about the Chameleon, you know, it really is. The 90% weapon damage is one thing, but you know what I hate about assault rifle builds in this game is just that, God, when you want to run crits on them, it's like you have to like use every slot you have just to get the crit chance. It's annoying. It's really annoying, you know? But what are you gonna do? Yeah, faster time to kill is it's pretty hard to detect, right? Like, but you know, stat wise, the Kingbreaker is supposed to perform better. If we're gonna get nitpicky, let's see here. We got 2 pieces we could put crit chance back on.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury live leak is probably the way to go. If you're gonna go SMG shotguns, especially if you just want to get something that's really strong and reliable, I mean that's the way to go. There we go. So that pushes us to 55.92, which means we go back to crit damage on this one. $49,104. Here we go. So all I did is just rebalance out for more crit chance. That's where we end out at. All right. See if we can feel a difference. All right, there's a current setup. So we're just, again, just testing the TKB against the Chameleon. See which one I like better.
Hostile control point nearby.
I tend to, in general, I really like my RPMs. I do. Which is why I really like the Umbra set for heroic. Like if somebody said right now, like pick one build for heroic, really it'd be my sniper build, but like one assault rifle build. Let me be more specific that way. It would be probably Umbra Initiative. Yeah, I like it better than Striker for heroic content. I choose Striker for legendary though. Get in all directions. It's gonna be rough here. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work out. That's what I mean. Like your most vulnerable point is when you kick off the fight. They just come at you from all directions. Right on, Aaliyah. Have fun. Yeah, I'll probably switch to Umbra Initiative here in a minute. It's a good comparison because, you know, I like showing that, you know, you don't need armor, you know, but these are really good. These are really, I kind of call them beginner builds. They're not truly a beginner build, but I do know, like, what I understand is, like, I guess from my experiences is that new players to the game, relatively new players to the game, have more confidence when they run more armor in heavier shields and stuff like that, you know. So you see it a lot, like when I play with new players, which isn't very often, I gotta say, but more than before because we got a lot more new players coming in. But you see them always running, not always, but often running tank builds. It's a lot, it happens a lot. And that's why I'm doing survivability videos right now, actually. Because part of it is confidence. And so as players get more confident, their armor will start to drop. But what's really important is that it's still important to understand as a new player in this game, that armor, it doesn't hold much value, unfortunately. You know, I wish it did, but the reality is that the enemies take it away so fast, you know? And so the demonstration of this build, and that's why we're really playing into the bonus armor. That's really what we're playing into here. And we're demonstrating, it's not the armor, it's the bonus armor. It's not the regen, it's the bonus armor, you know? And so being able to see that in your builds. I think this one does play out a little bit better. actually. And I think the reality is that the chameleon has moments where it's like really got a really fast time to kill. You know, when it's got its buffs. But the reason why I think this one plays out better is because of, actually, believe it or not, because of its lower RPMs, there's less misses and less reloads. You know, and so I can aim more on the head than the chameleon. You know, like I said before, the chameleon plays like an SMG, and I don't do very good with my SMGs when it comes to headshots because of the way the shot pattern is. It's more of a spray versus a beam. So it's not the power part. It's more like I have less reloads because lower RPMs, which means when I do miss, less bullets are missing. More bullets are landing on target. But all the power aside. See what I'm saying here? But you go either way. I mean, if I switch back to the chameleon, I'd probably say, oh, I really like the chameleon better. It's like one of those kind of builds, you know what I mean? It's really hard to decide which weapon's better. But I do like the shield better. Because if we have a hard time, do you get this logic? Does this logic make sense to you? If you have a hard time losing your shield, okay, then do you want to have an invisible shield? Invulnerable shield? Because if you're not using your bonus armor, then why have the bonus armor? Now, if we were using Intimidate as a talent, the chest talent, then that's different. I would say, oh, we got to protect that bonus armor. Let's not use the bonus armor. We need it up all the time. Because if you lose it, then you lose damage. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, like, in comparison, earlier we were using the Artificer Hive, right, to make a very strong shield, which was great. And it worked great. But the reality is that if we just manage our shield, it won't break anyways. Which means we had basically wasted defense that could otherwise be re-rolled to offense, which is what we're doing here. I mean, but as you can see, we're taking heat from all directions here. My shield is doing just fine. Doesn't mean it's invulnerable, but as long as we're managing it, you don't need to Artificer Hive. You're over shielded. But if you're not good at managing your shield, then yeah, you can probably need that Artificer Hive. I mean, that guy's about as tanky as it gets, right there. And we had a better time to kill than he did to break our shield, which is good signs that our damage tankiness is balanced out. Yeah, I created an anti-disrupt build the other day. I posted it. It is live for the hunters in Countdown. There it is. I think I like the Kingbreaker better. It does feel just more consistent, a little bit stronger, and again, I feel like I'm reloading less. I'm a big fan of the Chameleon, so it is a tough call. I could probably go either way, to be frank. But if I'm forcing myself to pick one, I'd probably say since we're running the Pulse anyways, might as well go with the Kingbreaker. Yeah, I did. I can post it here for you in a second if you want. Let me grab it. It's not that old, so I have the link pretty handy. Let's see.
Heard all about your work.
No, A Wolf. You're right. You're right. That's my number one complaint about the deflector. I've done that. We've all done it. I'm pretty sure. We've all tried to buff the deflector drone. We all have. We've all tried to put max duration, run, Murakami and the Memento backpack for 30% more duration, and put on the mods, and it never really stretches out long enough to make that all worth it. It just doesn't. It doesn't. You can't really do much to it, It's and I find it sometimes annoying because I'm probably like you. I just get tired of hitting the button again. And I got to say, that's the downside of this Pulse right here, too, because it's the same concept. You have to remember to constantly hit your skill button. Not a big deal, but it sometimes gets annoying. But save this one. Let's see, did I save? I wonder if I saved the earlier one. I didn't. Let's go offload. We got to go offload a couple things real quick. It does. I do like the deflector drone with protection from elites, though. I do like that stacking combo. And you just got to time it out right. That's what I found, because I just put that on a build the other day. And you got to time it out. You don't want it always up when you're not in a serious fight. And so I would put it up when when it's 1v1, not a big deal. You don't have to pop it out. And so, but when it was 1v3 or it looked like I was gonna get shot from the back a lot, then I would pop it up. So it's sort of like using it when it was most important to use it, instead of just using it all the time, because it's just sort of unnecessary. And then, like, if you pop it, this is why you don't want to use it all the time. So let's just say it's 1v1 and you pop it out so you can kill this one guy, and then you head over to the next engagement where there's 3 or 4 guys over there, and then it times out, and now you're in a cooldown, and you don't have it when you really need it. And so that's why I found it was just like, oh, let's just not use it in the easier fights, and then, you know, time it out. Like when I see a tougher engagement, then pop it out then. Or when I'm running long distances and they're shooting at me with their turrets and shit like that, you know. So that's where we ended up. And then where we started was... Did we start with this specialization? Do you remember? We didn't start with technician. I know we changed to that at some point, but we started with a Bellstone glove. I think we started with that. It was a Bellstone with armor regen. Where did that go? Oh, I think I re-rolled it. I think it was, yeah, it was this one. And then we had the Murakami down here. Sorry, I want to save the original one too, so I can show it for comparison. And then this was armor regen instead of crit damage. And then I believe we started there, the chameleon, and that crit chance wasn't there. I'll have to change that. This was crit damage. That was crit damage also. I like the original build, so that's why I want to share. Make sure I share both. I think it's especially for people that are looking for a true tank DPS build, and they want the overkill because they need the overkill. There's some people that need it. You know what I'm saying? Like that, what I'm talking about is the armor regen, and so. What we found, the reason why we evolved from this, what we found is like, well, the armor regen wasn't really doing much because of the bonus armor. The bonus armor was there all the time. We didn't really need the armor regen. And so that's where we pulled off the Murakami knee pads. We took off the Bellstone, and then we took off the extra armor regen slots, right? So this is where we started. And let's see here. Yep, that's exactly where we started. So... so I do want to save this because it is a good build, but optimized to my play style and maybe yours too. This ends up being a better build because we just didn't need the armor regen. As long as we're killing one enemy somewhere every 10 to 20 seconds, then we have more armor than we could deal with. And whatever that 3% armor regen comes out to be, which is about 33,000, was plenty. We didn't need any armor on kill. The shield never broke. Our time to kill, we were happy with it, and we felt really tanky. It's all about the bonus armor. So what I'm going to run now, though, I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to run back to, I'm going to go back to our, this build, which I really like. So this is an Umbra Initiative, okay? So this is, and I could get rid of the armor, too. We don't even need... to show you, just to demonstrate, but we put one armor here just because we were like, yeah, might as well, why not? We were so powerful. Actually, let's just leave it. Let's just leave it because most people's comfort level is 1.1 million anyways. But let's take a look at the crits real quick, all right? So, look, we have 49% crit chance, and I don't think I can lower it anymore. I'll have to double check. But our crit damage is going to be, check this out, guys. We can get 50% crit damage from the gun. That takes us to 205%. Then we can get 100% crit damage from the set bonus. That's 305% crit damage plus 30% RPM boost to this weapon. And we got a shorter reload time. We got 30% reload time. So it's crazy strong, this build. Crazy strong. Let me see if I can, yeah, we got weapon handling here. Yeah, so there's no crit chance I can take off of the build. We've already taken off all the crit chance we can. And then we're gonna get the damage buff off of this shield, which is at 12%. And then on this one, we got we're running a fixer. And then we got the 40% armor regen over 5 seconds, which is 8% armor regen per second, and then 3% armor regen there. And we get 20% bonus armor. And then when we pick up a trophy, we're gonna get 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25% weapon damage bonus, plus 30% weapon damage bonus from the long duration, plus the long term buff, I mean. And then the 3% armor regen, and then the skill efficiency, of course. So very powerful build. Very powerful build. And so, all else being the same, this is where we're swinging more to time to kill. We're swinging the build the other way. We're going to massively increase the time to kill and then decrease our armor pool. You could do the same thing with this build, though. You could add, which we learned, is that you don't need much armor regen if you have a bunch of bonus armor. So we could make this all blue. Make it an all blue. I don't know if I have those pieces, but that would be interesting. An all blue core with 300% crit damage would be pretty fucking cool feeling, especially with that RPM. I'd be interested in trying that. I'm not sure I have all those pieces. Let me offload some gears here though. All right, that should be good. What up, Tanny?
A hostile control point detected.
Let's see, do we have that gear set on the map today? No, it doesn't look like it. I can look at my other character to see if I have some pieces that can roll the armor. It would be interesting to see this. This one, the one piece can there. I mean, I can sort of make a little bit of a hybrid. I love this set with the chameleon, though, I gotta say.
Reinforcements incoming.
Where'd she go?
Vital signs critical. Reinforcements have arrived.
Massive damage to the back right there. Woo-hoo-hoo! Seal up real quick. That was to put up a fight.
Damn you! Want some more of this? I shit.
That's right, Mama. Cover won't save you. I'll get this.
Feels good overall, of course. Got ourselves out of a jam earlier.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Shit, this thing burns, right?
Taking too much fire. Don't let them get past you.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You're just dragging it out. No way, no way!
Oh, damn it. Can't take that punch in the back like the other build, right?
Can't take much more. You're in the position now.
I got some back.
I haven't played the Rainbow Six with the aliens. I'm always weary when there's aliens in the game, to be honest with you. Not a big fan of fighting aliens too much. However, it does look a little creepy, that game, I gotta say. Yeah, so as soon as I saw those aliens, I was sort of turned off pretty quickly with it.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
But I like Rainbow Six, of course. I do. I really do like it. Like their other versions. So let's go rebalance this build.
Supply room access.
Let's turn it into a tank thing. Yeah, you guys, I'm sure you guys have all heard the rumor about the Ninja bike. They're saying that it's going to have a re-rollable attribute that will be expensive to re-roll, but possible to re-roll. It's going to cost exotics to re-roll it, apparently. Great idea, though. I like that idea. I mean, you might just have to keep it at to something that's highly applicable. You know, so probably like crit chance or even armor regen or weapon handling might be the best thing to put on it, since it could be used on all builds, and then you don't have to spend your exotics to roll it every time. Yeah, I wouldn't mind mod slots, so I'll take the mod slots for sure. Make that thing super flexible. Ooh, I like blue Alps pieces. Good for shield tank builds. But I'm not gonna keep it because I gotta delete things. Can't be inviting the strays into the house. All right, so we're gonna add more armor. And so actually I think we had an armored up Grupo earlier, didn't we? Didn't we have a Grupo with armor on it? Since we got 305% crit damage, I'm basically saying, like, maybe we can afford to lose a little bit of crit. You know? Maybe. So we'll run that armor core. Picked up some crit chance there. And then that's 1.3. That's pretty good. But I guess we can run one more. Let's run that chest. Yeah, I am the cat lady. Have you guys seen that cat lady toy? There's like a cat lady toy out there in the world. Funny. Oops.
Always good to see you, Agent.
So basically, I'm gonna try to match up the protection from elites with the last build. And I don't think we need as much armor, but I do want to play into the bonus armor and drop my shield. So the bonus armor is really going to be, you know, of course for the back defense, but
Nice to see you.
I'm really wanting to help me move faster, you know, between engagements. That's what we're looking at here. Yeah, there's a crazy cat lady toy. It's like a lady in a sweater. She's got a bunch of cats. She's like a fig, you know, like an action figure. All right. This should be fun. I haven't done this in a while. I remember when the set first came out, we were kind of playing with it because it doesn't have much resistance on it, you know. It's got great recovery, but not much resistance. So let's see what this does here.
Hostile control point identified.
Ooh, elite resource convoy. We're gonna be busy, bro. It's gonna be a lot going on here. Brace yourself.
Reinforcements en route.
Nowhere to hide.
Want this?
Oh my god. Shit. Oh, there's a turret here. Run. Woohoo! I was scared. I was scared. I was scared. That was great though. We survived. All right, regen. We got that trophy. That turret. All right. Still got a really good time to kill. So I'm liking that.
Got no shot. Be careful.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like it.
You're going down. We won't give up.
We're gonna take them by surprise.
Damn good time to kill, right? Like, feels good. It almost feels faster than before. It's not the case, though.
Heavily armored hostile. Incoming hostiles detected.
Damn, where are they?
Reloading here.
Look, all the way in the back? Somebody all the way back here? Jesus. I hate when they do that.
Lost eyes on targets. Squad reload. Targets moving around.
All right, control point officer couldn't take it, huh?
Don't bother coming back. Tell him time to reload.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Get back! He's on me! Damn it! This won't stop! While I reload. Concussion
Go.
grenade!
This armor is gone.
I'm being flanked!
Strike that shield.
Get ready to fight! Fucking die on them! Bring it down! Stay back! Sneak around and get past that shield! Help me out!
Too close. Tango's healing up. Going
Yeah, I like that. I felt super tanky. Not funny how that works?
Supply room access unlocked.
It's because survivability comes in the form of time to kill. And of course, that's got a better time to kill. So if you look at our crits here, we're at plus 50, I think. I'm not sure if the chameleon's kicked in right now. Let me look. Yeah, the chameleon's kicked in right now. So gotta wait till that expires. I think it's kicked in. Basically 280. That sounds right. 280 sounds right. So the chest piece is giving us an extra 100% crit damage. And then we got the 30% RPMs. Just adding to the time to kill. go see what's up at the solar farm. There's always a good fight over there at the solar farm. Was it Smurf's build? I think it was Jim's build, wasn't it? Grumpy? You mean the future build? Future initiative one? I think it was Sick Jim's build, I think. Or which one are you thinking of? You might be thinking of something different. But yeah, I'm still collecting pieces. I think I have them all now, though. The future with crits, and I've been collecting future initiative with crit chance, and then I've been collecting future initiative with headshot damage too, because I think future initiative will work really well as a headshot build.
Reinforcements incoming.
We'll just cut through that fucking boss, huh? Fuck you. Woo wee! Oh, you got sneaky, huh? Oh, another guy too. Get over here. Fuck. I always enjoy Umbra Initiative builds. This feels great. And you know me, guys, I run my Striker and I run my Heartbreaker. I run them all. I run Hunter's Fury. I run them all, man. I stopped running on ongoing directive, but this one always feels the best, man. Look at that. And we just cleaned the house.
Detecting high threat enemy control. Incoming hostiles detected.
This is tanky as fuck too, right? That's just crazy, right? This is tanky as hell. Running, what are we running? 1.5 million armor? I feel like it's like, oh, we just blew up. Really well balanced, you know, when it comes to like the amount of armor and damage buffs that we're getting off that memento, because we split our armor with our weapon damage scores. There it is. Yeah, I like this. So where are we at? 1.5 million armor. So that means when we grab a trophy that's giving us 40%, which is 600,000 in bonus armor from a single trophy, 600,000. And then we're getting 15% weapon damage bonus when we grab that trophy at the same time. What up, Migs23? What's up? What's up?
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, so if you're just now joining us, we did talk about earlier that there's a delay in season 11. And that's all we know. Basically, it has to do with localization issues apparently, which is like a translation slash issues around releasing the update globally. Not that it really matters to any of us, just that there's a delay. Season 11. One that I'm really looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to actually getting my hands on that hotshot build, of course. It actually looks pretty cool. I can see some fun with it, especially running even just one piece with the Ninja Bike backpack. And then, of course, the Ninja Bike backpack. That's going to make things crazy around here. But, yeah, that one piece of hotshot, it's got 30% weapon handling on it. That's insane. That's an amazing weapon handling. I mean, I'd put that on an assault rifle build. God, imagine that with, like, no joke, one piece Fenris, 3 pieces Umbra,
Supply on foot in proximity.
and then one piece hotshot with the Ninja Bike backpack. That would give us 30, 60, 70, 80% reload speed increase. 80% reload speed. Holy shit. Batman, probably, you know, I'd probably use this one. I mean, even with less armor, actually. I mean, it works really well for me with this amount of armor. I mean, I'm okay with it. But you could probably get away with like 1.3. I'd probably drop this down another core just to make it even faster time to kill. Because it means a lot when you grab those trophies, you know, and imagine 20% weapon damage bonus versus 15. It's balanced. It's balanced as it sits, though. I mean, you wouldn't have to change anything. But I think probably the perfect place for this. Oh, I gotta say I do gotta say this is that we got a tier 5 shield, and our shield hasn't broken yet, and that's a big deal. Okay, because when that shield breaks, I mean, you're dead. You're just dead, right? You're dizzy and blah, blah, blah. And so that's the one reason why I would say, yeah, I might as well just go with 1.5 million. We're shredding like motherfucker. We are. And our shield's not breaking. Remember, that shield is giving us more damage. It's not just a defensive thing. It's a damage thing. It's an offensive thing, too. Oh, there's a gunner sitting right there. You see that? Ooh-wee. Oh, that riot foam, man. That was some heat right there, bro. That was some heat.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, I'm running protection from elites right here on this one. See the blue mods? Those are protection from elites. So 3 protection from elite mods, 39%. And that's just about right. It's just about right. Of course, you can go max and up to 80%. You can do 50% is a pretty good average. But I find like if you got a really good time to kill, 39% is good. 3 mods is great. Everything should be, all your defense should be balanced with time to kill. It's all relative to your time to kill. So worry about that first, and then add in your defense. And so if I had a slower time to kill, then I would need more protection from elites because elites are longer,
Gotta be handy
alive
with the
longer,
steel,
and
if you know what
shoot
I
me
mean.
longer. At the same time, adding more protection from elites again, therefore lowers your time to kill.
Off the street.
So it's a little bit
Gotta
of a
be handy with the steel,
catch-22,
if you know what I mean.
which is why you want to get your damage where it needs to be first, and then start backing out your damage for that protection from elites.
Can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy
To
with
the
the
point where
steel,
you're
if you
like,
know what
yeah,
I mean.
I'm happy with my time to kill and where it's at, and I'm not missing any damage, and that's how I feel right now. I'm not missing any damage.
You can't be
at
any
all.
geek off
I'm
the street.
very pleased
Gotta
with
be
my
handy
time
with
to
the
kill.
steel, if you know what I mean.
And furthermore, I feel like builds like this really make the chameleon shine.
You can't be any geek off
You know what I
the
mean?
street.
Because
Gotta be
the
handy with the
chameleon's all
steel,
about
if you know what I mean.
stacking, and it's based off of hits. And you're hitting a lot because of that RPM, right? And you're hitting a lot in
You
a
can't be
very
any
short
geek
amount of
off
time.
the street.
I
Gotta
guess
be
is what I
handy
wanna
with the
say.
steel, if you know what I mean.
So really easy to stack the chameleon.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Taking too much fire.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, thanks, Batman. I appreciate that, man. We were just talking about that build a few minutes ago or earlier before you jumped in. I've run backfire builds a lot. I've created them. Actually, my first build that I ever created for this channel was a backfire build, and it actually still stands. It hits at over 1 million, and it's bleed resistant. I only run bleed resistant backfire builds. I don't like the bleed. It doesn't make any sense to me to run around bleeding. But that being said, when Umbra came out and I paired it up with the backfire, it's the best backfire build I've ever run. Umbra fixes all the problems with the backfire. You know, the burst, that's the biggest problem being the lack of burst damage in the backfire, and it gives it that oomph with the extra RPM, and of course the crit damage is insane. I think that's a 355% crit damage build, I think. And then you're immune, 100% immune to bleeds, 70% immune to hazards. Like I said before in other builds, I wish, I'm Series S, I believe, Snake, Series S. I would, if I could, I would have 100% hazard protection on all my builds. Some people see hazard protection as an annoyance thing or something to avoid. I don't get it. I mean, we don't run a lot of hazard protection on our builds just because, you know, the reality is that the thresholds are really high. Most things are over 95% to be immune. And if you're not immune, then it's sort of like, who cares? Like, I don't want any hazard protection unless I'm really close to immune or immune, right? And so, otherwise, because, you know, being a riot phone for 1 second or 0.8 seconds, it's the same. It's the same. You're stuck and you're taking a lot of damage. You know what I mean? So it's like, I want to be immune to the riot foam, or I'm not going to run any hazard protection at all against riot foam. I mean, it's an all or nothing thing when it comes to how useful it is for the most part. But there's so many hazards in this game. That's what I'm saying. Like, it really makes the game better when you're protected from those hazards. But yeah, so we just can't. We don't run them a lot because we can't really afford the slots. We can't afford the slots. We don't have enough to do it. But riot foam gets me killed more than anything against these guys.
You can patch yourself up all you want.
Riot foam against these guys. Riot foam is my #1 weakness, and then it's probably their turrets, and then the explosive boss. But they also have the fire, right?
Location guarded by hostiles.
Got a clear shot.
Heavily armored hostiles detected.
That felt good.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And it's gonna keep.
In danger.
Get up, me.
Ready for that. Lost. Fuck.
Let's do this.
That's a good spot for a turret. Come on, that fuck.
Civilians in distress.
Yeah, I hope it's not a really good delay. I mean, a very long delay, but it's probably gonna be 1 to 2 weeks.
Hostile detected.
Get some more ammo, apparently. It's good about, there's a convoy down there too, so fight is elongated.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby. Supply room access. Found. Detecting additional contacts.
Stop punching me. Ah.
Vital signs critical.
Let's charge up.
Anyone have line of sight?
My arm is getting too.
Hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Civilians in distress.
Watch it!
Yay! We did it! Yeah, on this one, we're at crit chance of 55. I mean, if I could, I'd get rid of that crit chance there off of that mask. But, you know, it's fine. And then the set gives us another 15% crit chance. Like, I'd rather have headshot damage there instead of crit chance, so you know. But I just don't have that piece right now. I mean, I could flip this. Maybe put the Umbra mask on here. Actually, let me take off the chameleon and then put it back on to reset the buffs. So let's see where we're at. Yeah, so 55, and then the chameleon's giving us 50% crit damage buff, so that takes us to 170. And then we're getting 100% crit damage from the gear set, so we're at 270. 270% crit damage, and then. And then when we get the trophies, we're getting 40% bonus armor and 15% weapon damage bonus on top of the 30% weapon damage bonus from the backpack. And then the chameleon, of course, gives us 90% weapon damage when we got those stacks. And, you know, the Umbra set just makes those stacks come so much easier, right? Because of the RPM and even a faster reload. All that helps. But I feel very tanky with this setup, I gotta say. I feel very tanky. You just gotta keep your eye on the shield just to make sure it doesn't go down all the way. And you usually have bonus armor to use up, you know, when that does happen. Of course, with Umbra, you do have to remember to get back in cover so that you can recharge your crit damage, you know, and your RPMs. And so that's the one thing, because you're spending a lot of time out of cover. Ooh, that's a nice urban MDR. Spending a lot of time out of cover, which is great. You just have to remember, well, you still have to charge up from time to time. And so I tend to do that when I reload anyways. If I'm near cover, I pop into cover. Put on 16 ton. Get some.
Hostiles guarding location.
Yeah, it's a good set. It is a good set. I agree with you, Snake. For heroic, it's my go-to, really. Easy to put together, easy to understand. Confusing the way they wrote it out, but easy to understand once you know what I mean. If this whole description is like crazy, right? Like I don't read that description. That's insane. Stacks this 0.5% of that, 0.8% of this is like, oh Jesus. It's 30% RPM boost, 100% crit damage boost, and then 40% armor regen over 5 seconds when you're in cover. That's what it's doing for you. But the description is a nightmare.
Hostile control point nearby. Reinforcements en route.
Fuck, gotta reload. Stay back. Hear me? Let's do this.
You can handle this? Fight and engage. Tactical rig after this.
Ah, what's shooting at me so hard, man? Damn. It's a turret. Fucking wailing on me at an incredible angle. The fact that it can hit me like that. Shooting straight down and shit.
Heavily armored hostile.
I'm gonna need a new vest.
Incoming hostiles detected.
There it is. It's a good fight. Always down for a good fight. Dragon!
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, you know, Migs, it seems crazy, but like, I get, yeah, totally. But like, the reality is like, it's just like anything, like you get the, you feel out, you get the feel, like the build is a feel, right? It's all about feeling, like, feel, and then you kind of sort of have memorized on how much damage you can take, so to speak. So I know that what the build can handle, and I try to back off, and like I don't even have to really look at my armor bar at a certain point once I kind of get a good feel for the build, right? And how much damage it can take, and how much it can't, and who to back off from, who to go toe to toe on. So I am playing into what the build can do, is basically what I'm doing, right? Playing into its capabilities. You know when you're forcing it because you die. Right? A lot. You're like, oh, I'm forcing it. It can't push this hard. It can't push this hard. You know? Yeah, so that's what's important, you know, Migs, is just learning the archetypes of the enemies. You'd be like, okay, this guy I'm about to approach is usually really, well, he's a really tanky NPC. You know, like that boss that I killed at the end is one of the tankiest NPCs that you can encounter, actually. He's got that really heavy helmet, really heavy armor. He's like 30 million solo heroic. He's almost 30 million in armor, you know, so that's a lot of damage. And so going up against him, I know that like, okay, I gotta watch it a little bit here, you know. Let's see, you think this is close enough? How far is that? I would like to test this against that. It's a little bit far away. Problem is that if I wait too long, I'll lose all my memento stacks. Yeah, and so one is knowing your NPCs and knowing how tanky they are, how much armor they approximately have, and most of them run between 7 and 9 million on the elite side, and then the bosses are going to push around like anywhere from like 19, 18 million up to 30 million of the tankiest guys. And then the non-elites are like, I think, just top of head, they're like at 3 or 4 million. Not strong at all, right? Those red guys, they're really weak. You kill them really easily. That's why, you know, protection from elites, people are like, oh, but you're so weak against the non-elites. It'd be like, yeah, but they're so weak too. Like, who cares? Yeah, no, Hunters is great. Hunter's Fury is amazing. The downside is it can sometimes be a difficult build for new players, though, because it forces you to play inside 15, 20 meters in that really close and personal range, which is a difficult place to be, right? Because the enemies are really, you know, aggressive. You can get surrounded easily, flanked easily. But it's an amazing set. It can handle it. It's just that for new players, that's, you know, might not be the most comfortable zone to be playing in. But if you can, if it's working for you, then yeah, you got a leg up in the game. Good situational awareness, probably. Which is both inherent, so people come in with good situational awareness, and then you also earn situational awareness, right? By playing control points and understanding when the spawns are, understanding which enemies are tankier or which enemies are dodgier, also is another thing, right? Enemies that make you miss a lot of shots and put you into reload situations a lot.
Civilians in danger.
Slowly but surely. Yeah, but you know, if you're using What up, Anthony? If you're using the Scorpio shotgun, then yeah, that's a pretty strong build. The mop is also fun to run. You should try that. Those mops are good because they're really forgiving. I mean, those shotguns are good because they're really forgiving. They got a fast reload and they stagger, which is really important. Staggering is important. Yeah, yeah, I do. Here's my link. Okay, here's our Warhound. So we lost all our trophies. Look at that shit. Just in time, right when they fucking... What is that about? Can somebody tell me what that is about? All my trophies just disappeared. You see that? Fucking bullshit. Where the fuck are you going, dude? See, this might not happen out of this truck anymore. Yeah, it didn't. Fuck. Kill him in a bad spot.
Detected.
Weapons free. They took him out. Got their range.
Try not to die.
Exposed.
Gotta watch the ammo right here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Flank that shield. Hostile civilian target.
Vest is coming apart here.
Target coming up the side.
Civilians in distress.
There it is. The farm is, it's looking all right today as far as like, you know, I don't know, it's all right. But you got Hunter's Fury up there, which is nice. Chest pieces. You got Brazos, which is nice if you were looking to fight some hyenas. I'd also, you know, I'm thinking like Sokolov might be interesting next season too. Because you run one piece of Sokolov and then you're gonna get the crit damage also. You know, with the Ninja Bike SMG build.
Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to run. I mean, you could do the Dodge City holster. If you're playing into that, there's nothing wrong with that. The Dodge City holster. It could be a little tough to use. But yeah, you don't want to run Umbra knee pads. You don't want to do that.
Reinforcements incoming.
That's a good spot for a target.
Probably, if you're running the shotgun, you'd probably want to run Badger Tough.
Afraid of you.
If you're running crit damage or crit chance, then probably Cheska or well, what gun are you using?
Being flanked.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Incapacitating target. Door right open. They're coming around the side.
It's a good fight.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, they got good weapon damage, but you can get weapon damage from other pieces that'll give you more for your build. You know, if you want to go offense, then, you know, it depends on what weapon you're running, I guess. Like, are you running crit chance and crit damage on your build? Or you just going all weapon damage and then the other things? If you're using shotguns, then a Badger Tough piece would be better, and then put a red weapon damage on it, because Badger Tough usually comes with armor. If you want more damage. Or keep the armor, get more defense. If you're running SMGs, then you might be better off with Sokolov for more SMG damage, and that comes with the red core too.
Guess I need a new vest. Great spot for a turret.
Should've stayed out of it.
Cowboy pieces.
somebody's sneaking around back here.
Big fucking mistake.
Oh, they're all the way hiding in the back, aren't they?
This position is
All right, on Anthony, that's fun. Get yourself that hunter's killer chest piece, huh? CC builds work really good against them too, by the way. Some people argue with like, oh well, but they disrupt your skills. Yeah, only once, and then once you get your skills back, which is only in a few seconds, so it takes a few seconds to get your skills back. Then you can keep the hunter under riot foam and blind or jammed up, you know, the whole time, and make it basically paralyze them. It's just like floor 100. Like if you remember floor 100, that strategy fighting those hunters, there's usually shock traps involved to hold the hunter still while everybody blasts them down, or riot foam, or both. It really does help. Yeah, so this build works really well, and I like it with 1.5 million armor because it keeps that shield going pretty strong, and then we get that extra damage off of the shield, the damage bonus per enemy standing in front of us. And you know, this set doesn't really have a lot of resistance, so it's good to have a shield with it, and it really makes the chameleon shine, I gotta say. So that's a tier 5 shield, by the way, and 5 million health on it. It's pretty good. Excuse me, 5 million health. That's great. And then we're getting the 600,000 in bonus armor, and that's really adding a ton to our survivability. Otherwise, we're at what did we say? About 270%. I think is what that is. 50 plus 20. Yeah, 270% crit hit damage when all the buffs are kicked in from the weapon, and then we're getting 30% weapon damage off the backpack plus 15% weapon damage bonus there, and then we got the 30% RPM bonus, which is a ton. It really helps those stacks come in quickly from the chameleon. Then I got the Gruppo with armor crits everywhere. Everything is crit damage, and it just balanced out red and blue. So yeah, 4 blues, 3 reds. Feels really good. You could also run Gunner with this, get the 10% armor on kill. But with the armor regen going on from both the Memento, and then, you know, we have to get into cover anyways to charge up our stacks, you know, so we're healing from that as well. And then we got the protection from elites, the 3 protection from elite mods. You know, you don't really need the armor on kill. We're doing great without it. Yeah, and I can't wait to put like, yeah, this set, I'm definitely planning on running with the Ninja Bike backpack. We'll see. But cool, everybody. I'm going to leave it here for tonight. We ran through a bunch of builds, so hopefully that was productive for you guys, and taking some looks, different looks at some different tank builds and how to slap them together and look at what's working for them and what's not. But definitely a lot of different ways to go about it. But if you do a lot of solo PVE builds, or if you do a lot of solo PVE content, I should say, these types of builds are very helpful. Very helpful. Anyways, everybody, have a good night, and I will catch you tomorrow. Peace.
Tuxedo out.